Okay. Go ahead and get started. Bring up all my various screens that I need. Try to figure out why that one's still showing a blank page. Alright, cool. I think I'm doing alright. Couple of leftovers from looks like a previous stream to hop in that quickly. That's just Alright, we're continuing on the Plagueburst crawler. We started a while back, but it needs more work. Always seems to need more work. And I'm seeing that... Oh, come on. I'm seeing a lot of the cleanup that I tried to get done, I was unsuccessful at. Or maybe I was just too tired at the time, so we're going to do some quick cleanup. Or moving in and doing some of the fleshy bits that are supposed to be on the tank. But yeah. Why am I not seeing what I want to be seeing? There we go. I'm pretty sure I'll end up finishing the tank today. I could be wrong, but I think I will. Based on where I'm at so far in the process. It's because if I was to leave it here, it would look really good for tabletop, but I want to go a little bit beyond where it's currently at. To make it especially look good. But right now, and I don't know how well it's going to come through on camera. Right now, right around here and around here, down in here, the copper has a lot of the primer showing through. I'm going to be doing that. Hopefully making that look better. Hopefully making that look better. No guarantees. But because I have, since our last stream, I've actually put 2 layers of varnish on this, trying to get it so that I'm not rubbing away paint while I handle it, because there's not a good way to handle this model without accidentally just rubbing away everything that's on there. So, and then I learned that last stream, whenever what I thought was a varnished section completely rubbed away while I was just holding it. Now I was able to fix that, and then I put a rattle can primer on, and the rattle can primer said it was matte, but it was so glossy whenever I went in to try to do some touch-up work. The paint was beating off of it because it was so glossy. And that's just not okay. That doesn't work. So I went back in with another I went in with an airbrush primer. And that got rid of a lot of the gloss. Some of it's still kind of poking its head through. And turning the tank like that, I'm seeing some sections where I missed when I was doing cleanup with the green. There's a lot of places that I missed. I wasn't looking that hard. I wanted to do as much cleanup off camera as I could. I didn't want to progress any further. I just wanted to clean up, and I have apparently missed quite a bit. So guess I'll just go ahead and go through and take care of that. It's definitely showing on the top of the tank, which it won't be too much of a big deal once this tank is done, because once again I'll be going in, be hitting with another varnish since this doesn't come with a base, there's no way to handle it without touching the model itself. Hopefully be able to Hey Ghost Hawks, I see you hiding over in there. Nice seeing you again, buddy. But yeah, like I said, I just want to get some cleanup done. There's just so much. And I want this model to look really good because I do want to enter this into a competition. Granted, it's just like a monthly Discord competition that I'm going to be entering this into. So it's all photos. They're not going to look at the actual model itself. So some of my fuck-ups will be hidden from the nature of not being able to inspect the model directly. But like, I do want to get it as best as I can. Oh yeah, I didn't even know that was going on. I don't keep up much with the competitive scene when it comes to WoW. Mostly just like the world firsts and stuff like that, but I don't really watch that. I just try to see who's going. Yeah, they just judge on the pictures. So essentially what they do is... And see, they don't even have us submit, like, a bunch of individual pictures. We take photos of the model, and then they have us submit a collage. And it's just what people... It's a vote. It's like, it's not done by any particular judges or anything. It's done by a vote of everyone that's in the Discord. It's just a local area Discord. You just have everybody go in and vote, usually on the last day of the month or the first day of the month, depending on the organizer's work schedule. And yeah, we submit our photos. Everybody takes a look, votes on what they like. Last month, I completely disagreed with what ended up winning, because it's not like it's a situation where it's like, oh, you can only vote on one model. It's, you can vote on up to 3 models, but you're not allowed to vote for your own, because they do keep track of like who votes for what, make sure you don't end up voting for you. So you're allowed to vote up to 3 times. I usually only vote once or twice. And April's competition, I did horribly in. I knew I was going to do bad in, and I just wanted to get a peep submitted. I did the Octron that's down there in the about section. That was the model that I submitted for the competition, and I was not satisfied with that whenever I finished. So I knew it wasn't going to win. So me not placing, no big deal. But the model that did end up winning, I completely did not agree with, and the only reason they ended up taking it home was because they tied with another model, which I didn't think was great, but I definitely thought was better. But they ended up tying with that one, and the organizer's wife got the final say on for being the tiebreaker, and chose the model that they did because it looked funnier. That was actually what they said. The reasoning was because it was a funny little man, and that was the one that they were going to go with. And it's just some Renaissance piece. Like, the competition isn't restrictive to Warhammer or anything like that. It's just restricted to miniature painting. And they said because he's a funny little man, that's why he's going to win. And I didn't agree with that. Like I said, I knew I wasn't going to win. I just kind of was hoping that somebody more deserving would have gotten it. But that's my opinion, you know? I'm not the one who put everything together. I was only one vote amongst dozens. So that is how the voting system works. I didn't really understand it because I didn't see what everybody else saw in it. But then again, I don't... there's a lot of times I don't see what people see in my painting. A lot of times I'm unhappy with things that people tell me are really good. But I want this one to be my submission for this month, which is why I'm putting so much more work into it. Because usually, with something like this, I'd be done already. I wouldn't be taking the time to go in and do a lot of this cleanup. I would look at it and go, yeah, that's tabletop ready. I'm done with it. But I've really found myself enjoying painting this one, and I want to take it further. So I'm gonna finish cleaning up this copper. I'm going to hopefully remember that I have not painted this grill under here, and I will actually take the time to paint that grill. And then theoretically, I will move on to doing the little fleshy sections, because the reference I'm looking at around these little pimply marks that are on certain areas of the model, it has represented as kind of fleshy. So I'm going to try to get in there and do that. I don't know how much I'm going to succeed at that, but I'm going to try. Then it's going to go on to weathering, which once again, I don't know how successful I'm going to be at. I've only really done weathering on one model, and that was my Forge World Mortarion. And really that was just putting grime all over him, as though he had essentially walked through an acid rain. So we'll see. It might come out good. It might not. The model right now looks good. Like I said, I think there wouldn't be any issue putting this on the table and playing with it. Seeing as I don't actually use my armies for the game, because I've done a ton of Death Guard, but I don't actually play, so I don't know why I'm ever satisfied with tabletop level. I should really start pushing myself further and further on every model that I... Which, you know, now that I'm doing it on stream, maybe I will. Maybe I'll push myself a little bit more beyond than I regularly do, and actually improve as a painter, because I think I've kind of stagnated. I think I've gotten to a point where I'm not trying enough. Like I said, that Octane that I did, it was substandard. I should have done a lot more with it, but I didn't. So I should actually take the time to go in and try to make these as good as I can. Make them something I'm proud of every time. Alright, a little bit too much on the self-reflection there, huh? Brush. Not behaving the way I want it to. Need to go in, do my green cleanup. keep looking and seeing more and more of this copper that needs to be worked on. Just put there on the tip. I keep looking places and seeing issues. And just praying that I'm not rubbing away. I'm so upset if I heavy detail work. And then, oh, I completely missed a section. Like you start getting into that like super detail area and start missing a lot there too. Let's see what we got. Painted a crawler on the local competitions. AC miniatures provide feedback to it. And TMM, yeah. Pushing the value high. Have the weathering of liquid drips taper further down. The reflector. Yeah. That makes sense. That's definitely something I should pay more attention to. See, my biggest issue, and I'm not going to get away with it, is with one of the ways I've been trying to push myself, which it's not going to work on this model, but I've been trying to do a lot more dimension without using washes. I'm not going to get away from washes on this model. It's not something I'm going to be able to do because a lot of the ways of doing like that, those drips and grimes and things like that, is going to be to use technical paints and washes, or like taking standard paints and bringing them way down in viscosity, so that they are more of like a wash consistency. Like I know I'm not going to get away with that. This other models is really where I'm going to start trying to do the whole not using washes. This one, it's just not feasible with. But yeah, trying to do that taper down does make sense. It's something I should look into doing. Once again, how successful I will be without it, because I lack some of the brush control that a lot of the really good painters typically see on Twitch and on all that kind of thing. I struggle to get my brush to do what I want it to do. I struggle to get my paints to a consistency that allows them to flow well, so that they fill in where I want them to and all that. And I cannot find anyone that can give a proper tutorial on how to thin paints to the consistency that you want them to. It's always going to be one of those you have to feel it out. You have to kind of learn as you go situations, because you're not always working with the same paints. Like I have a pretty good idea of how pro acrylic paints work on models, but I'm starting to use Army Painter Fanatics, and those are a very, very different viscosity than pro acrylic is, and have to be thinned very differently and manipulated very differently. So it's almost like relearning how to paint using them. So I've gotten too caught up in using a single brand of paint, so that I'm to a point of only being used to how a certain paint works and does that. I need to break up my usage a little bit better. These are, of course, my prejudices, my preferences, and things of that nature. I need to push myself more. But yeah, to your point, yes, I could actually do something like that. I was wanting to finish up this model this stream. With how much I'm having to clean up right now, I don't know that I'm going to finish this stream. Because I have to get this to the point that I want it to be at before I do any rust effects or verdigris for the copper, and I missed more than I realized I did. I didn't put enough coats down on this. I'm starting to feel like my copper is drying on my palette, which is kind of bugging me. That might just be... That might be me not taking my brush to the... Because I haven't been. That was just me not taking control. Okay. I have an interesting recipe for the verdigris. I have two different ways I can do it. I've got a special one that's just a Vallejo bottle that I can just use. I can just use it straight out of the bottle. But I've got another paint that when I mix it with some medium and some water, it does a really good job. I haven't decided what version I'm going to do with this one. That's going to probably be like a split-second decision whenever I get to the point of doing that. But I'm going to be working on, I feel like I'm going to like these pimply marks here on the front of it. There. There's a little bit over here. Is there any on the side? Not really any on the side. On the back. Yeah, I'm going to try to do the fleshy bits for that. Try to give those some good dimension. I haven't actually been able to catch any of AC's streams yet, which I really want to get to, because I've seen his work. It's really good, but I just haven't been able to get in and watch every time I've had a minute to sit down and watch someone on Twitch. He's either not there. There's a bunch of people that I'm just never recognizing that are on. Or anybody that I do recognize is just not there. Yeah, I noticed that. I saw his schedule. He was on yesterday doing, I think, a podcast, but like that doesn't help in regards to painting. But yeah, I looked at the schedule, and my schedule this week happens to perfectly line up that I'm not gonna overlap. So there is that. Oh, I didn't realize that. I noticed it was a podcast. I don't like watching podcasts, so I didn't hop in on that one. That's just me, though. But yeah, I will probably. I'm gonna try to catch the stream tomorrow, but I can't guarantee that I will. But I definitely am going to try and catch the stream tomorrow. Because the variety of people I've been learning technique from is a little too small. They all pretty much do the exact same thing. So it's not expanding my horizons any bit there. And like I said, AC does such a great job. I should really go in and see what I can learn. Hey Pope, what's up? Didn't know if you were gonna join today, since it's been like a week since I've seen you. Pope is a personal friend, so I'm gonna bust his balls a little bit, in case I just sound outright rude to him. Oh, you know I can do far worse. But we'll get there eventually. I'm a little too focused right now to really dig into you. I'm sure Rain could jump in and attack you at any moment, though, so watch out for that. But no, man, it's nice seeing you hop in. I haven't actually checked the list of people here in a few minutes. I've been just chatting with Ghost for a little bit. And I think, oh, actually, no, I turned the model and I see immediately some more. I was about to say, oh, I think I'm getting close. Nope, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It does not look up to. It's not. You don't see it on camera. I hate that my screen is so blurry that y'all can't really see what I'm seeing in regards to what needs to be. Because it just makes me sound psychotic whenever I'm like, oh, this looks bad. When it doesn't look like I do any kind of change. I remember this looking from earlier today. Right there. Okay. Plow on that side. Yeah, plow on that side needs to work. Ooh, the bug needs a lot of work. Bug on the gun. A lot of work. Okay, more paint. Is that the right paint? That's the right paint. While I'm getting that mixed up, let's refresh our list. A few people have joined. I recognize all of 2 names in there, so yep, it's just Ghost Hawks and Pope that I recognize. Everyone else, thanks for coming. Please feel free to give me a follow. If not, I get it. You don't know me. I talk a lot of nonsense, and there are better painters out there. So I can understand if you want to follow someone else. I know that Hellman was in here the other day and was saying that they had reached their maximum number of follows, which was absolutely insane to me because you're allowed a maximum of 2,000 follows on Twitch. But they had to unfollow someone else in order to follow me, which I really appreciated, but it was just like being able to follow that many channels is wild. And they came back on their own too. Like they came back without having followed yet. That was also an impressive thing to me. So yeah. Okay. Oh man, that gun looks. I thought it was just thanks. Poison tank. On a primer. The little bug here is just got some of the green showing through where I was painting. But ink's actually got on a primer showing. Way more than should be. Could use it. I'm not gonna. I've already started painting over it. I'm not gonna use it. Grossness of that. So how's work been going, Pope? I know you've missed like the last 3 streams because you've been at work so much. I imagine they're thoroughly abusing you. Wow, I was just burning through this. Workers who didn't know I was leaving. Why did you tell them? You didn't have to tell them you were leaving until you were actually leaving. Because I'm sure you still don't have an actual date yet. Unless you do, which, congratulations. But they don't need to know until the day actually comes. When I left the warehouse, a lot of those people didn't know I was leaving until the week of. And I think I left on a Wednesday. So a lot of them were sideline. Except the one dude that was directly under. He knew as soon as my 2 weeks was. Mostly because he kept getting kicked out of the office so that the higher ups could talk to him. Rushed this so. I really need to make sure I'm seeing so much on here that I didn't do a good job with. It was formally announced. Never mind. You definitely couldn't keep that from them. They were getting a replacement, which was set off powder keg. Entirely rest and responses. Wow. Yeah, because you work for the VA, right? Like, well, I mean, if they're all vets, they could have some pent-up rage issues. One guy I used to work with, he was a former Marine, and he had some very thinly veiled rage issues. If anybody ever questioned him, he kind of exploded. He ended up going to work for one of those contractor companies that makes weapons. I don't remember which one. Especially since there's so many that I didn't realize did. Like, apparently Hyundai. I had no idea. So do you have a date, or like I don't want you to like out yourself like when you're doing that or anything. I just want to know. No date yet? Okay. Well, hey, maybe everybody will forget about it by the time you're actually getting transferred. Most of my technician workers aren't vets. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Really? Acme and Big Boss. Okay. That's odd. Really the only word that seems appropriate there. You know, especially after how your last manager treated you. Now that you've got all these people standing up for you. I guess standing up for you is not the right way. But you understand what I mean. Look on this side. Looks okay on Bugs. Looks okay on. Do the plague tank. Yeah, I'll be taking it as a compliment. Always nice being thought of as useful. My boss at the warehouse thought I was pretty useless. And I don't think he realized how useless his current IT guy is, since I still have access to their security cameras. And it's been over a year since I've worked there. I think I might not anymore. They may have actually. Last I looked, which wasn't that long ago. I can't imagine them. Okay. Let's fix some of the green. I think the copper's in a good place. Let's fix the green and then move to fleshy bits. I've got some paints that I want to try out for that. That'll hopefully look good. I'm looking at this reference because I've got the actual instruction manual as a reference for this, and I'm looking at some of these shadows that they've put into it in like these almost like stress marks in the steel. I'm not sure how they did that. I don't know if I'm really capable of working that the way I think it needs to be. So, it's gonna be different caps for these things, but I don't want to spend new caps. But the bottle toppers that these Pro Acryl paints come with, I don't like. Paints are great. They cover really well. They look wonderful. But I'm losing a hair. But the bottles themselves leave a lot to be. Have an alternative lid you can buy and put on them. I think would be much better than what they have. But only sell them in like 5 packs. I own way too many. I don't know if y'all can actually. Doesn't look like you can because it looks like hot braces. Don't want to turn this in a way that you actually see too much of what I'm doing. Drop. Oh, yep. See, there's some of where that gloss varnish is. Or it's supposed to be matte. It's such a gloss varnish. I don't know how you can have that kind of shine while your varnish matte, but though I did get some advice. I went up to the LGS yesterday to get some airbrush cleaner. I was talking with a guy. he recommended Hester's Dull Coat, the varnish to use. And I looked it up on Amazon. It's a little expensive, but it was also one. It wasn't. It's like one of those like half-size rattle cans, and it was like $10 a can, but only buy it in like a 4-pack. So still a $40 expense, and I didn't want to drop that kind of money on or buy that much of a product without knowing whether or not it's going to do what I want it to do. He said it comes out very matte, and I believe him. He's a really good painter. Just I can't justify spending $40. He also said you can sometimes find it at Hobby Lobby. Me and Hobby Lobby don't get along, so might not be doing that. Hey CMP, nice seeing you again, buddy. Welcome back. Yeah, I did. It's there should be an image in the about section below. Be able to see him down there, or if you go over to my Instagram, you'll be able to get a few more angles. Those red bandages ended up looking really fleshy, like it looked like a lot of muscle and sinew. So I went to the store and I got some of the Fanatics blues for the other two, because it's a unit. It's a 3-guy unit. Hey, thanks. I thought he turned out pretty well. But yeah, I think whenever I do the other two, I'm gonna probably do I'll probably end up doing 3 different colors for all of them. Like their armor will all be the same color, but their wrappings will all be different. So whenever I actually break out the next one, I'm going to be doing blue like what the actual reference photos are. See how that goes, because that red just looked too much like muscle. So yeah, I'm probably not going to be doing that. I'm just doing some cleanup on the armor right now, where got some spillover from other colors, or too much of the primer is showing through the paint, and then I'm gonna be using some flesh tones. I'm not good at flesh tones. I'm actually incredibly bad at flesh tones, but it's a demon tank, so it has flesh because reasons. It's not enough that it's a completely different shape than any other tank in Warhammer. But it has to have pimples. Oh, yep. See, glad I looked, because I was about to miss it again. That grill down there below the targeting mechanism for the mortar. I have failed every stream I've worked on this tank to paint this. Glad I looked down here. Grandfather Nurgle blesses you with acne. Yeah. It definitely seems that way. But again, it's a machine. It doesn't... Like, I get demon engines and all that, but like, it's not... There's not enough demon, in my opinion, to justify on this model. Like, there's not enough representation that needs to be. Maybe if they ever update the model, it'll be more Nurgle-y. I don't imagine this one getting an update anytime soon. No. But who knows? You know, with I believe with Fabius Bile, however the hell his name is pronounced, getting access to Primaris, maybe we'll start seeing some more interesting Chaos Marines soon. Instead of just constantly updating the old ones. Felt like there was something. Was it on this one? Yeah, it was on this one. A little bit right. Let's see. Successful. Between these wings. Oh, fucking. I could. Alright. In there. Up there. Do I need to do it on the other side? No. No, I did a pretty good job on the other side, but I did get a little bit. Oh, my hand is bouncing. Oh, no. My hand was bouncing too much to be able to get that with any level of success. Oh no, I do need to get a little bit between them. Get a little bit. There. Right there. The other side. Ah. That works. Okay. Now, let's work on fleshy bits on the plow. A little bit on the fleshy bits on the plow. So, I need flesh paint. That's so nasty. A little bit of flesh paint. That's really pink. That's really pink, but it's just our base layer. Okay. Look at the reference. Yeah, it's okay. Not gonna work. Try again. Starting a little bit fleshier inside. Some of these are kind of yellowy, but this is kind of a crater. Not the consistency. A little crater here. Color on it. Now, looking at the GW reference, one, I'm way darker on the green than they are. Two, it actually kind of looks like all of these marks blend together gradually. It looks kind of yellow in the we'll get to that. Now it's just trying. Yeah, y'all can see me doing it. And it looks a lot brighter on camera than what it looks like to me. It looks a hell of a lot brighter on camera. Whoa. We're out. Not flowing the way I want it to. It's gonna take me a while to get used to these. I might get to a point of using them properly. I might not. We'll find out. But it's not gonna be any time soon. Music crazy. I don't know about, but it got real loud in my ear. Oh, I got too out. It's okay. Oh, it's laying down too much. Come on. There we go. Not crazy enough. Just a little. Pseudo blend this with the actual. It's so bright. The thing is, this is a very pink. Looking on camera, it's very flesh tone. Like on camera, what I'm seeing, it looks more like what my highlight color for the flesh than what I'm actually putting down. What I'm actually putting down is very pink. You know, I'm not hating. I'm not hating the way that this looks. I'm hating like it's bringing out a sense of tryptophobia. But it's more just, it's really just kind of grossing me out. Not making me want to like look away or anything. It's really just looking kind of nasty, which being nervous. Looking nasty is what you want. Got those. See? I'm liking that. So this is another one of those Army Painter Fanatic paints that I'm working with, and that's what I'd used on the Conquest Brute drone. Those were all, well, not all. The browns that are on there are Pro Crow, but all the other colors on there are the Fanatics paint. I really enjoyed it on that model. I wanted to try out some more of them. We were talking the other day about doing a custom Space Marine chapter. We figured that out. Rain and I have been working on it together. We figured out the actual color scheme for that, which once again got some more Fanatics paints to do that work. The issue I'm running into now is finding a chapter emblem, because I want to print off the actual shoulder pads, or use like a hard transfer to give them some dimension. But I haven't really found anything that works out. Like I almost went and used like the Word Bearer's emblem, but it's got the flame in the middle of the book, and I'm looking for like just a book to go with the whole chronicler theme. Because that's probably what I'm going to end up naming the chapter themselves. I'm going to end up naming them the Chroniclers. Because for you may look at that as Chronicler being my name. No, Visit is my name. It is not a sentence that I'm using for my handle there. Visit is my name. I saw some Grey Knight emblems, and I decided to not go with those because those do look really good. But I decided to not go with those because the Grey Knight symbol is so recognizable. That's why I ended up not, because it was definitely a thought of just printing up some like hard transfers of those and gluing those on while I was going through, but I decided against it because I just thought the Grey Knights was too recognizable, and with the lore of the Grey Knights, I didn't want to use that emblem because it wouldn't make a lot of sense. But then again, I don't. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Where did you get that? I'm sorry. So, how long have I been streaming? About an hour. Okay, so Rain just walked over and put this little blinking thing on my drink because I've been streaming about an hour and have not taken a single drink this entire time. And so this is supposed to help me remember to drink while I'm streaming so I don't tear up my throat. I don't know. I don't know where this little thing came. Oh, it's that thing? Oh, okay. Sure. Apparently Rain won it from their company. Because I forgot they were doing this. It was months and months ago that they did this. They had a competition for who could drink the most water in a day without hurting themselves, because you can hurt yourself by drinking too much water. But and the reward is this little thing that's supposed to remind you to drink. You know, as opposed to just finding a way to make it pop up on screen to tell me to drink. Whatever. Maybe when I make affiliate, we'll actually be able to get like a channel point thing going. They can just be utilized for that. Because I can't do anything like that right now. Okay. So, how does that look? Is that on screen? Yeah, that's on screen. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. It could look a lot worse. But I think it works out pretty well. We'll, go through and do some more on that later on. Some of the brighter colors. Side note, I physically cannot open the Warhammer page because GW couldn't hire someone competent to build their website. You're not going to hear any arguments from me. I have been saying for years that GW needs to figure out electronics because their website has always sucked. There's also that aspect to the matter. But I think that's a relative kind of like there's a relative answer to that. Yeah, go ahead, say something that's going to prove me wrong. They would need to raise the prices again. You're right, they would. They would have to raise the prices again if they wanted their website to work properly. But they don't want you to buy their products in store anyways. So like, what difference does that make? What are you trying to buy off the website, Pope? Thought you already had a couple hundred minis you needed to get painted as is. I know you have a ridiculous amount of Tyranids that need work done. You already have so many. You already have so many bugs that you haven't touched yet. Why are you trying to get more bugs? Why are you letting the addiction win? Are you gonna say something that I don't have room to talk? The big ones are cooler. I mean, I do want that Norn Emissary. You sent me an idea. Okay, I'm not getting Discord notifications right now because I have OBS open, and whenever OBS is open, I do not get. Yeah, I could make it stop doing that, but I'm in too many active Discords right now. So, let me pull up what you sent me. I have 2 messages from you, Pope. Oh, okay. Okay. Huh. I don't know. Like, I like the theme that you're going with. It's whenever you ask about the highlights, so I don't really know. You could have one blend into the other. Like you could have orange blending in. Oh, you could have orange blending into yellow. Yeah, that's an option you could go with. I'm struggling to hold this stupid thing. Yeah, since those colors are so close to each other in the color wheel, they just blend in real easy. Matter of fact, a lot of people are using yellows as highlights for orange, or oranges as highlights for reds. If you look, once again, I'm going to go ahead and quote Fanatics because it's just so new, and their triads are so, or the new triads that they're going with are so unique compared to what you typically see. I need that to be. Here, let me see if I've got. I know I bought some orange. I don't know how. Yeah, here we go. Like, here's an orange that I bought for, it's kind of very reflective. Yeah, here's an orange that I bought in the Fanatics line that I was going to use for my new chapter of Space Marines. And then in the exact same triad, you have this yellow as what they dictate for the highlight. So like I said, you just go for something like that. Yeah, sunset effect. It's not really a sunset effect, but yeah, you get the basic idea there. And like I said, those are all a part of the same chain that are all meant to work together, to work homogeneously. So yeah, if you're trying to decide whether you want to use orange or yellow, use both. Just have one blend into the other. You know, I had some stuff that was like, oh, I don't know if I want to use purple or blue. So I used both and just had them work together. You can do that. And since you are moving back home and getting better access to the game stores, I would suggest taking a look at the new Fanatics lineup from Army Painter. They're so much better than what the Army Painters used to feel like. And getting colors that work together well is a lot easier. I've literally sat there and stared at the paint rack at the store for like 20 minutes trying to decide not if to buy something, but what to buy. I'm sure Rain doesn't appreciate it when I do, but I can't help myself. I have an addiction to buying paint, which is how I end up with. I think I'm approaching 600 different paints at this point, and I have another paint range on the way. Should be getting here in I think right now the expectation is July. I have an entire paint range that should be coming in from Germany, because they just started like producing it and bottling it a couple of weeks ago, but I ordered it a year or so ago. It's called Ultra Acryl. I do not know when it's actually going to come out, and I don't know if it's going to be something that you can get in stores. I would like to think you can. Well, at least in Europe, I think you can, but you can actually get Green Stuff World in Europe, and you can't really get that too easily in the States. So it might be one of those. It's only available over there rather than having an availability here. I wouldn't blame them. Finding distributors in the US has got to be difficult. I'm also convinced that my LGS has a bad reseller that or rather has a bad distributor that works with them. Because there are other stores in the area that are able to get product that they're not able to get. And there's like, it's like a small chain that's able to get all these things, but they're not able to get, like, they're not able to fill their shelves for GW at all. And it's really depressing going in there sometimes. Especially if I want to look for new models. The only things that I've been able to, as far as like new stuff I've been able to consistently see them get, is they were able to get multiple copies of the Lion beyond the first week of it being out. And they're able to get Gilliman in occasionally, but that's really the only things that I can regularly see them able to restock. Like, they're even struggling to restock Sigmar stuff at this point. I don't know if that's a distributor problem or if that's a Games Workshop problem. Y'all may know better than me. I don't keep up a whole lot with how those kinds of things are working. I do know that the Tennessee warehouse is going to be shutting down next week. I believe it's supposed to be getting prepped for 4th edition Sigmar. And they're just ridiculously behind on everything in Tennessee right now. So there's that's happening. Oh, my hand is cramping up like crazy right now. This thing is so awkward. Am I ripping any paint off anywhere under here? Yes, actually I am. A little bit's coming off of the treads. Great. To fix that again. So tired of re-varnishing this stupid thing. Oh well. That is not a right now problem. The underside of the tank can have issues as long as the overside of the tank. Try to get this more centered in frame for you. I was trying to get it more centered in frame. What are you okay over there? No. Okay, good. Good to know. You start choking, try to make some noise. Well, is this coming? I'm surprised that this is showing up as well as it is on. Maybe because I'm putting pink on top of green. They contrast so much that really just showing up really well. I am liking how this looks so far. Now realizing likely not going to stop working out the way I originally hoped. Going to try, but may have gone kind of gone darken for this level of the flesh. I may not have gotten it dark. That would be very unfortunate. I'm going to work with what I have. I'm going to do my best not to get any more paint for the time being. But could have gone a little bit darker. Favorite Sigmar faction? Sorry, I didn't look at that soon enough. I don't really have one. I know far less about the lore when it comes to Sigmar. So I'm always going to be attracted to like the same things that I am with 40k. Like I like the demons. I like the Slaves of Darkness. I actually kind of like the Golden Boys. For whatever reason, their name is eluding me right now. I know it's some stupid Sigmar thing, but they're basically just Sigmar Marines. Yes, Stormcast Eternals. I like the Stormcast Eternals. I really like the new ones that they're coming out with, the less golden ones. But I think that might just be their paint jobs look better, and they've got some better body proportions. And then I like the Ironjaw orcs. They're by far one of my favorites because they're big and bulky and intimidating, and I really like those guys. I don't like the new swamp orcs that they came out with, 3rd edition. But I do like the Ironjaws. And then I would say the Gloomspite Gits, but only the real squig heavy ones because I like squigs. Squigs are a lot of fun. And I actually bought a box of squigs the other day, and that'll be a lot of fun to work with because squigs are amazing. And if you don't like squigs, well, fuck you too, because squigs are the best. Especially with how goofy a lot of squigs get. I have an STL for a colossal squig that I want to print up one day. It's a squig that's actually like the size of this tank. Actually, it might be a little bit bigger. Because I don't think you can get the Forge World model anymore. Not that I would want to, because it was like $500. Yeah, like I said, I got an STL for it. It's a really big one. What was that? Where'd it go? I don't see it. I got to follow, but I can't see who you are because my screen is not refreshing. The Duke. Sorry, it took it a minute. It took it a second for my screen to refresh so I could actually see you. Thank you for the follow, the Duke. Nice having you here. But yeah, Pope, if I was gonna go Sigmar, I honestly just go for what I think looks cool at the time. One day I'll probably end up doing a lot of the oh, what are they called? The Yoshis. I forget what they're called, but I'll probably end up doing a whole bunch of those. Anybody know what I'm talking about? There's like a box that's just a bunch of Yoshis. Yeah, the lizard guys. I don't remember what GW calls them because GW gives things weird names. Yeah, Seraphon. There's a box of like skinks that they literally just look like a bunch of Yoshis. So that's just what I started referring to them as. Because it honestly it suits them the best. Like I said, GW gives things dumb names. They don't need to have all these crazy names. And I know Rain likes the big frog guy on the floating chair. It's also part of that army. So one day, when that's more in our in the price range, sure. Like I said, it's a giant frog on a floating chair. There's actually a named one. And the name that's in my head, I know, is not the actual name, because my head is telling me Lord Farquaad, but I'm wrong. Because I know that's Shrek, but... It's a big fat frog on a floating chair. That's one that I'll likely end up doing one day, because I've apparently just started doing a lot of big models. We're doing a lot of characters, really. I have a lot of big models that need to be done. I have I've got Plastic Mortarion that needs to get done. I got a Keeper of Secrets that needs to get done. I have a great and clean one that I really need to print. That one's going to be a whole bunch of fun whenever I actually take the time to get him printed up and everything. Yeah. That's where I'm at as far as Sigmar stuff goes. I primarily just get demons. Oh, that hurt. I primarily just get demons from Sigmar because they're also usable in 40k. I've got an Iron Jaw named unit. I don't know his name. He's over on the shelf, but I've got an Iron Jaw that I'm going to do up eventually. I'm going to probably take a whole bunch of time on him as well, because he's one of those that I really want to do a really good job with. And I'm finding that I've been going too fast on stream lately, because I start making mistakes and then not realizing it until days later. Whenever I go to do something else on the model, like today, whenever I had all the copper cleanup that had to get done, I completely missed that. I wanted to have all of my cleanup done before stream today, and I didn't. I just didn't. Oh, there's some over here. I thought, oh, there was actually. I didn't want to be doing cleanup on stream if I didn't have to. If it wasn't something that like happened right then. Because I do take a day break between each of these streams right now. I wanted that all done so I could just get in and start doing this immediately. And then I looked at the model and it's like, oh, no, more work needs to be done before I can get to the new stuff. Which is my bad. I didn't want y'all to have to watch a redo of work if it was avoidable. Which apparently it was not. That is me failing to do my prep work. Not a problem. I got too caught up in finishing up a squad of assault intercessors, because I wanted to get them done before I started picking up a different color scheme. And I might end up selling those off. We'll see. They're not looking great right now because I've been rushing them. They're not looking really all that good right now. I'm gonna have to do a lot of extra work on them that I could have avoided. Just didn't. What green is that? This is dark yellow green by Proacryl. That's what I'm using here right now. I might go in and do some highlights later on, which I'm going to use just another yellow green by Proacryl, because they work really good together. But yeah, this green is dark yellow green by Proacryl. And then the flesh tone I'm using right now is Moonstone Skin by Army Paint. Yeah, this is a green I use a whole lot of, as I do a lot of Plague Marines. So I use this color a whole lot. And it's a really good color. The bright yellow green is kind of highlightery. But that's neither here nor there. Matter of fact, the dark yellow green, it just recently came out like a few months ago when they started doing their signature series, which, according to someone at my LGS, there's only like a few more signature packs left to come out with Proacryl before they're done doing new colors. I know the Series 5 that just came out was intended to be a non-metallic gold in a box. And it's mostly brown. It's mostly brown paint. So I'll eventually try to do some non-metallic gold. It's not going to be anytime soon, and it's going to be on a throwaway model because I've never been successful at non-metallic metal. There's so much that goes into that, and for whatever reason, my brain just doesn't process it correctly. And then in all honesty, it only looks good from one direction. I don't like the idea of a model only looking good from one direction. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing something. Me back. No. Got everything on the plow. Got everything on this side. Nothing underneath. Alright. Guess it's time to go to the next shade of flesh. So we're moving up. So again, the Fanatics line, they say triads, but it's 6 different paints. So I'm actually moving 2 stages up in the in this particular flesh tone triad. Which I'll say what? This is in the rose skin tones triad, because they sit there and they like to actually tell you what triads they go together. So whenever you organize these, you can organize them together. Makes things a lot easier. The next stage up of flesh tone is going to be barbarian flesh. Like I said, it's 2 steps up in this particular lineup. This is thick. I'm having trouble getting that marble to move in the bottle. This is some thick paint. This is a lot thicker than I was expecting. So we're going to take a little bit of break while I try to get this stuff mixed up. Oh. And I guess I should rehydrate my palette too. Alright, let's refresh our viewers list. Somehow I'm at 6 viewers. I don't know how the hell that happened. But welcome everyone. If you haven't already, give me a follow. I'm trying to make it to affiliate by the end of the year. Don't know that that's actually going to happen. But every little bit helps. Let's see. Alright, Ghost is still here, Pope is still here, Duke is still here, CMP is still here, and then I don't recognize anyone else. Nope, I'm lying. V Mercy, I believe I've seen you before. And yeah, I think that's it. I think that's everybody that I've recognized who's ever chatted in here. I could be wrong about you, Mercy, but I feel like I've seen you before. And then, of course, Lonely E-Girl that shows up every stream that I'm pretty sure is a bot, but hey. This paint is so thick. This one might be a little bit of a challenge. Build that down. That's oranger than I wanted it to be. My hand feels weird now. I had it on the vortex for so long. Oh, I'm doing this wrong, aren't I? I should be doing this in worship. My hand feels so weird. Well, it's not coming through as vibrant as I thought it would. Also not flowing that well. I need to thin it down. It's so thick. I would like to encounter a paint range. I have yet to find one where all of the paints feel the same. But they just don't seem to exist. Where you can get a paint range. Every paint you work with feels the same as the last. They all get similar. But none of them seem to have that identical feel across the range. I do get that is a hard feat to accomplish. Especially whenever you start talking about whites, since only like 1 or 2 companies has figured out how to make white feel decent. Like when this other way around, I feel like I should have pink color closer to the actual pock marks. Orange one more of the in-between. Maybe even spreading away. Kind of give it more of an irritated flesh right around there. That still looks pretty good. I don't even know if y'all can tell. Yeah, there's no way you can tell. Oh. That looks pretty good, but let's try it the other way. Alright, work a little bit on the plow here. Try to make this more in between colors, which is not going to work. Also try to branch out away from main body. Flesh. Let's see about me. Like I said, look more like irritated flesh right around the holes in the pimples. Oh. Awful. Awful is the word. The word I was looking for is it looks awful. So let's backpedal that a little bit. And clean up some of that brighter color. I thought that would look good. I was clearly mistaken. Use it as intended, as a highlight. Come back in. I guess I need to do more around that upper area. blend together. Those two. Okay, that looks good. Alright, while that area dries, move over to the side of the plow. To continue. No, I hate this track. I don't know why I don't get rid of it. Goodbye. Okay. Now then, paint this. Thin the paint too much, but that's okay. Means we use more. That almost looks like an eye. The way that it's coming. Is that an eye? No. No, on the model it's still a pimple, but that kind of looks like an eye. The way that it's split open. Might not be using last level of flesh tone. Might be, don't know. We'll find out. The call that I have to make whenever I get to the end of this, because I'm enjoying the way that this looks. I don't know that I'll be such small amounts of that onto the model. I'm already struggling not to put too much on. Kind of stabbing myself there with the model. Let's refresh my screen real quick. Lost someone. Don't know who, but lost him. I'm sure that a lot of people struggle to find me entertaining. I think more people find me cringe than entertaining. How much I talk. I'm sure you would agree with me there, Pope. You know me for real. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just needed some confirmation there. But then again, I mean... Like, do you mean that? Because... I have manipulated you into buying things that you shouldn't have. So... Are you just easily manipulated? Yeah, that's... Oh, but I think I hear something coming in. Oh, damn it. Yep, paint's getting rubbed off down there. That's true. If you're aware that you are easily persuaded, at least you know. I mean, I don't know if there's really anything that you can do about that, but at least you know. But then again, I'm also just a bad friend, so there is that aspect. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking how these colors are working out. They're looking good. I'm gonna have to find a really icky yellow though for some of these pencils. They're just the flesh colors are just not doing it. I have to find some on them. I do have a technical paint from Vallejo supposed to be bile. That could look good, but that might be too gross yellow. I might need to go with a pale yellow or something like that. Wait, I have a super pale, a bright pale yellow that I just got. That'll probably be good. That'll have that sickly yellow. I'll see. That did not behave the way I thought that. I'm wanting more if I just didn't get enough of the pink down earlier. Big gate. I need to get some red in. What's happening? Why aren't you behaving the way I'm wanting you to? Why are you giving me so much trouble? I think this is still not working out the way I want it to. Tried doing the in-between, that didn't really work out. It worked out, what I'm doing now is working out a lot better. For some stupid reason, the paint's just not going down the way I want. Almost like the paint is drying on my brush. I know it's not drying on my brush because it is coming off, somewhat flowing, but it's not flowing how I want it. That's really frustrating. That feels good. Peeling paint off of here. Maybe I just missed when I was working on it the other day. Fine. Up a little bit more. Just to cleaning this model up. So much cleanup that has to get done on it. Probably would have gone by faster if I'd used it. But I can't seem to paint with my airbrush without it basically immediately clogging. You know that is a problem with me. But whenever I try to use my airbrush to paint, it's either way too thin or way too thick. Can't find a happy medium. And when I say way too thin, I mean like it instantly starts dripping off the model kind of situation. It's really bad. I can prime the model just fine. My airbrush, it's how I prime most of my models. Because weather seems to change hour to hour here. No, I don't. Well, I say I don't. I've played against Pope a few times. And he's basically wrecked me every single time we've played. Because, either A, I'm really stupid when it comes to learning the rules of this game, or B, Pope is really bad at teaching. And since Pope is here to take the abuse, I'm gonna go ahead and say that. But it's just we've played and we haven't played. See, there you go. We haven't played in person. We've only played through a tabletop simulator, which I don't know if there's a new version that's come out with 10th edition, because I know we were playing with a predominantly 8th edition board, but using 9th edition rules. I don't know if anything has come for 10th edition. Plus, GW seems to change their rules every other week. You don't have to worry about it, man. I know you don't have a lot of time for stuff like that, if you did want to play, so... So yeah, but to your initial question there, Lucas, I have played. I'm not very good or experienced at the game. I mostly just paint. I do have a few full painted armies. Like I've got a whole bunch of Black Legion models. I've got a full Death Guard. That I could play. I've got a few Space Marine armies that I could throw down, and then I've got I can do orcs as well that I've done a bunch of models for. So like I have the models to play, and they all work in sync with each other as far as like color schemes goes. But as far as actually like at the table playing, no, I haven't done anything like that. It's all been through Tabletop Simulator with Pope. There's a couple other people in our friend group that have wanted to play, who expressed interest. It's really been a time issue. Like finding the time to actually get together and be able to do that is a significant problem. Because like I do this, like I stream, and this is really my main outlet for quote unquote work. Most of the work I do is actually off camera. But this is what I do because I am unemployed and I am going through a whole bunch of things that prevent me from doing real work. But you know, Pope has a job, all of our other immediate friends have work that they have to do as well, and it's just challenging to be able to find time to be able to do like that. That, and you've sent me more pictures, Pope. What the hell? Sorry. I have the iPad in front of me that's showing me chat and let me monitor the stream, because like, is my camera working? Yeah. Like I can monitor the stream and I can look at chat, but I'm looking over now and seeing that you're sending me more images. What? Okay, you say what about this? Then you send me two entirely different color schemes. What are you wanting me to comment on here? Like if you're wanting to do this orange and purple thing, that looks very challenging. If you're wanting to do the one that's below that, I think that's quite a bit easier, but quite a lot less interesting. If you have a preference of one over the other, do that. They both look good. I know your hands never stop shaking, so I don't know how well you could accomplish some of the intricacies of that, but I can certainly... I wouldn't say don't try it, because both of those look like a lot of fun. I wouldn't personally do that with Tyranids. I'm still trying to figure out like what I'm going to do the bulk of my Tyranids as. If I'm going to continue doing what I have been, or not, I don't know. I probably won't. I'll probably shift again when I get back into painting Tyranids. Yeah, those both look good. One of these days, I'll get a proper Discord going where everybody can like submit pictures and things like that, and we can sit and talk, and I can do what I can to advise. Even though I'm probably not the best person for that, there's definitely other people who are going to be better at telling you like what to do to improve your models or things of that nature, because I've only been doing this for a few years, and it's I think it's really evident that camera's over here. I think it's really evident that what I do is pretty amateurish. I in no capacity would consider myself a professional painter, but other people might disagree with me. I don't know. I'm not looking for compliments. So if you disagree, you don't need to tell me. This is looking funky. I've added some dimension there that I didn't mean to add, and you can't see it. Shit. That's okay. But yeah, man, if you like either of those color schemes, like I said, that orange and purple thing looks really cool. It also looks insanely difficult to accomplish. Ugh. I don't know how I feel about what I'm doing right now. Just trying to do a couple of these spot highlights, and they're not... They're adding a certain sense to it, but I don't know how I feel about it. I am definitely going to have to some onto these unburst. They can be a bit more lively, I guess, would be the... See what I'm... Do the right way of phrasing? I don't know. And again, I guess these might not be pimples. They might be like little egg sacs for the black flies. Could also be what these are supposed to represent. I'm having a little bit of issues with this last color for the flesh. It's not working the way I thought I wanted. Yeah, not the way I thought it. Not the way I wanted. The look at my brush is displaying. I don't care for it. It's causing me to paint the way that I want. Slightly off. Okay, I'm kind of into it. I kind of like how that's going. Yeah, kind of like how that's That's fine. I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm trying to think of what make the inside of these obvious bullet holes. I want to put a little bit of bronze in there and try to dirty that up, or if I just look dirty in there. All of those have level of dimension. Right now, they're just boring. Boring and barely visible. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting to a point where I'm concentrating too much and not talking anymore. Sorry about that. I really want this to work. I think it's right. I think it's looking pretty. Might have done this final flesh tone a little weird. I might have about it. It adds just a little lacking. I mean, well, not in the model. In my paint job of the model. It is. That looks a lot better. And then I need to do. Since that's breaking. I don't know. The armor is splitting right there. I want it to look. I want that damage. I need to put something in there to give it a metallic appearance. Ooh, where's my? We'll see what this looks like. I've got some just basic old metallic medium. See what that looks like if we just paint that on there. you know what I should also do? I should also, I guess, make some of these rivets that they've sculpted into the model look a little bit better as well. Need all these cracks in the model. Okay. Guess I should go through and define some of these spaces, some of these colors before I get into the actual weathering. Yeah, that's a bad choice. What I'm about to do is a bad decision. I'm not going to do that. I need to make that. That definitely needs to be mixed with something. So we've got the metallic medium. I know I just picked up a new black. Mix a little bit. I need to take the seal off. Just got this a day or two ago. I've not had a chance to open it up and use it yet. It is a satin. I'm going to mix just a little bit with the metallic medium to because this metallic medium is white. It is straight up white. I mean, you can barely even see it on my palette there. And that's definitely not going to be a good decision. Let's see. Any other names that I recognize? No. Not seeing a whole lot of names I recognize. There's someone else did hop in there. Could have been a bot. Definitely seeing more bots lately, and the bots do not count towards viewer count, so there is that. Black. Try to get very little of this. I don't want much of it at all. Like, we'll see how that works. Very, very small amount. Very, very, very small. And yeah, very small amount immediately turned into black metallic. Did not take much pigment at all to turn that into just a black. Like, you know what? I'm not mad at it. I actually kind of love the way that looks. Yeah, that's it. Might be able to use that. We're going to try that out. We're going to use that. I'm going to put it into some of these bullet holes. So that it looks like and then we'll use some corrosion technicals to dirty that up. Because I'm going to need to dirty them up a little. But looks kind of good. It's a different metal than the spikes there. Obviously don't want to put it on where there are divots in the copper, because we'll just say that that's the copper. Green stuff sculpting good for now. Now to figure out what to clean. What you working on, brother? Because I don't know that you've actually told me what you're actually working on. Ooh. Huh. Now that this is drying, I don't know how I feel about it. You're on camera? That at all? Not really. Kind of, sort of, not really. Definitely coming through as a black. Work on those. All sorts of things I just keep. Get back to it. Fill in all of these millions of bullet holes. Yes, I could edge all of these bullet mark, like all of these holes where all the bullets, bombs or whatever. I don't know what's the actual use for all these divots. Could hit the rims of them with a little bit of black paint, maybe a little bit of white paint on the other edge. Kind of make it look like the primer that was used on the tank is severing off there. I could do that. Feeling how long this is going to take, I'll decide later. Getting a definite feeling I'm not finishing this today. Well, maybe not. Maybe I will. We've only been streaming for 2 hours. So I could potentially finish today. I don't see it as a likely thing. It'll probably be a next stream situation. That's okay. Because I am really enjoying working on this. I don't know if y'all are enjoying watching me work on this, but I'm really enjoying working on this. I have 4 Lumineth Wardens to clean and build, or I can work on different smaller projects as a mini break. Oh, that's a fair. That's a fair assessment. I've been working on, like I said, I've been working on some Space Marines between streams. Remember, I'm not doing cleanup work on this thing, which I am going to have to remix that paint here a bit. As kind of a break from the massiveness that this thing is. Heard my phone go off. Do I care about what just happened there? Probably not. I think that was an email. So now I get. Oh, damn it. I just dragged my brush across a flat plane. You know, I'm also looking at where these bullet divots are located on this thing. And it really implies that this tank goes into the middle of enemy territory and just starts spinning in circles firing. Because there are a number of bullet divots on the rear-facing plane. That would only happen if you let your enemy get behind. so because it's not like this is mortar fire. Like these are too small for these to be mortar shells. This is like some 50 caliber tank stopping stuff, and the armor's just strong enough. There's a little bit more that. No, that's not peeled. That's me fucking up paint. Okay, that's fine. Oh, some forward. Just depends on if the bullet holes or maggot holes. Okay, yeah, I guess that's a better way of looking at it. I hadn't considered that they could be maggot holes and not bullet holes. Which, if they're maggot holes, I should be really doing this in more of a flesh tone. Than the colors I'm doing. I'm gonna hit some of the gash. You know, that's a fair point. The demon flies are kind of weird, aren't they? They do kind of just consume everything that they come in contact with. It's really, if you're reading it, it's always just bio stuff that they're eating. They're not really eating a lot of metal. I could be entirely wrong. I'm just thinking like the Walking City, whenever it got infested with the black flies. It was really a problem for the Knights Errant, but it wasn't really so much eating the idiots. I don't know. You got a fair point there. GW pulls some weird shit with their lore. Gonna mix up some more of this. I like it. I like that. I like that I've actually taken the time. This could have gotten real ugly if I had done what I was originally planning on doing. A little bit. That. Which, I guess, now looking at this stuff, I also have a white metal paint. I don't think I'm ever going to use something for a white metal, but... And this out really well. Okay. There. Mix it up. If I get that same black, or if it gets a little too gray. It's pretty black. I know this is really meant for thinning down the metallics that already exist, but hey, if I can make my own metallic colors, why not do it? I mean, I guess I could, like, if I wanted, like, custom metallics, I could also go with something like a turbo dork paints. Those are a lot of metallic colors that are different than what you're used to seeing. But I don't see that as being a thing right now. Okay. Not looking. That's not looking too bad. Really makes you wonder how old these tanks are. Because these are definitely like near misses. These little cracks that I'm filling in, these are definitely like situations of a bullet that grazed through. I don't think I would mistake that for like the demon flies or anything. And it doesn't make sense for this to just crack on its own. So, and it could. Because if it's old enough, the metal could just get old and crack. Or it could just be the sculptors thought it needed more detail. Because there wasn't enough on it already. Not applying the way. Also, some of these angles. Some of these angles don't make sense. So did you ever decide on what color scheme you want to go with, Pope? Like, well, everything that you sent to me looks very interesting. The first one? Now, when you say the first one, do you meant the butterfly that you sent me or the purple and orange thing you sent me? Butterfly one? Okay. That'll look really good. I think I might stick with my oh God. I might stick with the metallic blue one that I did not too long ago. I'm not positive about that or not, though. I may go with something a little bit more traditional just to make it better defined, because most people couldn't see the amount of work I had to put into making that color scheme work. They all just kind of ended up blending together instead of showing any kind of real definition, because there was just a whole bunch of metallics that are different shades of blue. So I think it didn't end up looking as good as I thought it would. I may go the same route, like to use the same color scheme, but go with traditional acrylics rather than the metallics, where I actually get to do in my Tyranids. Which I don't know whenever I'm actually. Those neuro guns. But those will most likely be the first thing that I do as far as my Tyranids go. If I don't like buy a new model, which is always possible. How that Pyrovore happened. We just happened to be out. I wanted to work on something different. We ended up picking out a Pyrovore. I don't think that was a bad decision, but it is a decision that happened. Not seeing more spots. Building. I think I'm gonna get started on the rivets now. No, I'm not gonna get started on the rivets now. I'm gonna do those skulls on the front because keep looking at those and going like, oh yeah, I need to get back to that. Oh yeah, I need to get back to that. I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna do those skulls that are on the front of the model on the plow. Got my base toned down. Oh, go back and finish that. Do the next color. This is also a really thick paint. I remember working with it on the Brute drone. This was a really thick one as well. The midtones seem to be really thick in these Fanatics paints. Nothing changed. Cool. Okay. God, that's thick. That one, go ahead and put down. Go ahead and put down the highlights. I'm gonna end up using the highlight color next, which it's kind of thin. It's thinner than the mid-tone, but not as thin as I would like. Right. Okay. Now, skulls. Never really paid a lot of attention to skulls in the past. Because they've usually always been like base decoration or like something hanging off of a Marine's belt or something like that. But I haven't ever paid a lot of attention in the border. That's flying very cool. Trying to maintain a level of the shadow color in there, which really is just kind of more towards the actual frame it's sitting in. Shadow tone. I think this skull is very awkwardly shaped. A little edge there. Second there, I thought that I put that on the wrong water cup. didn't enough this one to completely make the primer go away, so use this tone to those are looking pretty good so far. Or at least to me. I don't know that y'all can really see them though. You see nuance there. That one's good. Very top of those teeth. Didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Match on the other side. Like there. Try to get the yeah. That looks good. I'll have to do a close-up of that whenever I actually take photos of this thing. I like how the skulls turned out on it, even though I did a very rushed job on them. Okay. I'm looking at it and realizing I never did those temples in that yellow I wanted. Brown. I want brown. Yeah. Oh, this ought to work. I need to unseal it because it's another brand new one. That's very yellow. At least down in the bottle it is. Oh, that's a very wet paint. Okay, that's going to be a little hard to control. That's fine. I don't need very much of it, so as long as it doesn't get too thin, we shouldn't have a problem. Seeing some new names in the chat now. Well, I say that. I think one name just got traded out for another. Okay. Doing this for the... Oop! Yeah, that's a really wet paint. Very, very careful. It's gonna get... I don't want that. go everywhere. That would be very, very bad. Okay. May have gone. Yeah, there's no maybe to it. That's too bright. That's too washed out. I need something yellower. Less white, more yellow. So let's go to the next one down that was in that kit. Well, that was annoying. My airbrush just fell. I hope it didn't break. Cap fell off. I don't know where it went. On that later. It's a cheap airbrush. It's fine. I'll see if that broke later on. We're gonna go with bright yellow ochre, which is also incredibly thin. I don't know how I'm feeling about these incredibly thin paints. Like, these are brand new paints, so they shouldn't be separated or anything like that. These are just incredibly thin. I'm not happy about how thin this is. Oh, so incredibly thin. Oh, I gotta take off the seal. Grip on it. That's right. Okay. Yeah, that'll make for a good. Okay. There. It's also very, very thin. Very, very incredibly thin. But with colors that are going to be surrounding it, I think that color will work a lot better for these pimples than the one I picked. Because those are just too bright. Too much of a highlight. Which it is technically a highlight color in the set that it came in. Because it came in a set that's supposed to be a non-metallic gold set. And it is the final highlight. So it being incredibly, yeah, that's a lot better with the colors that are around it. I didn't think I needed that yellow of a paint, but I definitely did. Definitely needed something that yellow. I don't know how well that's coming up on camera. It's not coming. My lights are too close and too bright. Y'all can't see some of the finer details I'm doing. Even though this is, once again, supposed to be a matte varnish that's on here that's covering up a lot of this color, it's still got a little bit of a shine to it. So it'll fortunately gives that look of getting too washed out. Yeah, that looks really good. I thought, like I said, I thought the paler color would have been better, but it didn't have enough saturation. This has a decent saturation. Gross look. I want. That's a pit. done with all of this, this should be. Move on to the rivets. All over this model. And try to get those all up, because I did the underside in the copper for the rivets. Because I thought that would look good, so I'm going to try to do the rest of the tank. Rivets in the copper, and hopefully I can get enough to behave. Because this will be one of the more challenging. It's not thin enough. And I know for a fact you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing here, because you can't see it on the underside. Not going to be able to see. You'll be like, you can see my brush touching down, but I don't think going down onto. On with this. I get to figure out the hard part of how whether some of the, like, I know I want to do drips. Like, I want to have some drip effects that lead down the model, but a lot of places at least on the reference, that they most likely used a wash. But they also probably used that wash on the whole model, highlighted back up. That's ridiculous, in my opinion. To paint the model essentially 3 times. Granted, that is kind of what they tell you to do on all their master classes, but it's just repainting the model that many times. Base coat it. Give it a wash. Re-base coat it. Leave areas that'll have been affected. What? What? No? First one, a little bit of over on it. Probably have to clean a lot out. Fucked up a little bit more. Definitely breaking up the color considerably. Looks like most of the pin rivets are right up here at the front. I know there's some on the sides. Like, I'm not good majority of them. I'm almost positive there's none. Not that. Well, nope, I'm wrong. Nope, I'm completely wrong. There were more back there. I didn't think there were that many. not. Okay, that's going to be some hard. Oh, and look at that. There is a little bit of divot that I have not put my mixture in. That, catch that one earlier. That in there. How I missed that. I did a pretty decent fuck up over here. It was already a little old. Color. Oh, so many rivets. I would have done this as I went along. Nope. Wait till I'm pretty decently along and then do it. I'm seeing how many are actually back here now. It's more than I expected. Oh man. So many of these damn rivets. Bit of this. Other thing right here. Bit of the green. We're on top. Couple down in there. Those. Go to go. These little runty. Probably hold the majority of the chassis together. More pock marks. More. Ooh. Hot done. I don't think we're going to go to Doodle. I think that they're prominent. Warrant. There's a chance that those could have been, you know, painted after they were installed. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, guys. So just give me a minute. I'll be right back. And so yeah. All right, I'm back. Just needed a quick break there. Let's refresh. Oh. Okay, cool. Okay, interesting. All right. And I was working on the rivets. Back to working on them. Can you see me? Can you see those rivets on here? Let me look at. You can kind of see them. You can kind of see that they're a different color. That's what I'm working on. Okay. I didn't know if you'd actually be able to see that on camera or not. Ooh, too much water. More pigment to make that less. Okay. Are a little awkward to get out under these cannons. Oh, there's some on the cannon. Pay attention. Those are, I guess those are technically bolt holes, but don't have any rivets on them. Not gonna fill them. Tried filling them in on the other side. They didn't fill in the way that I thought they were filling in. But it's tiny little rivets. Done. No, I missed them. Their sides. That I'm looking at, there are bullet holes on the gun. I need to get, but finish the ribs over here that I didn't get. Oh, brush. Well, I just painted my shorts. Because I completely just lost the brush. There are bullet holes, but they're in the copper on that side. Not copper on. What I should go ahead and do, paint that little accordion black on these guns. I know for a fact that that's just primer. I should go ahead. I'm not gonna do that, but I do need to paint. That's gonna be more of a rubber, so I'll use my satin instead of my matte black. Ooh, or no, let's try out. Where are you? Where are you? I have a war paint black that I have not used yet that I should use. Gives me a chance to try that out before trying it out on a Space Marine. Because it might not be awful. Probably isn't. And it is definitely just called matte black, so... Ooh, it's thin. Compared to some of the other Fnatic paints, this is really thin. Oh my god, open. These things are so tight. And for whatever reason, they explode out of their cap. Alright, give this a shot, because I have not used this color, but this gives me an excuse. Couldn't have... Like, I like the coal black that the Pro Crow makes. I really like that black. it's a little too black sometimes. So whenever I get to making my custom Space Marine chapter, I'm not going to be using black as an armor color. I'm going to be using a dark gray, and then using like black in areas like the little rubber bits between the armor. Why is my phone going? Not a bad looking paint. It goes down very smooth. Wait for it to dry before I can come up with any decision, though. That's going to take a little while to dry because it's really thin. Why is my phone going? Absolutely nothing important. Nothing important whatsoever. Just Domino's trying to get me to order pizza. Tonight doesn't feel like a Domino's night. I don't know if Rain agrees with that or not. If Rain disagrees with me, it's going to turn into a Domino's kind of night, but I don't know how they feel. Looking good going down. I'm not liking how almost feels like it's pulling away. Certain. This dry? That's not. Yeah, it almost feels like it's pulling away. Not crazy about that aspect. You know, Hawks, I have a ridiculous number of points built up with Domino's. Like, I think I'm sitting somewhere around 300 points. And I think it only takes 60 to get you a P. So, in theory, I could just get free pizza if we went in and picked it up ourselves. It's drying more satin than matte. I was wanting to use a satin paint there, but it's not dry. It's not totally dry yet, so I don't know. It may end up being more matte whenever it's fully dry, but right now it's looking kind of sad. I'm also seeing that I have big splotchy parts on the nozzle that are just primer and not actual paint. I need to fix that too. There's so much cleanup happening in this stream. It's ridiculous. Especially since I'm 3 hours in and I have not started any of the weathering, which is what I wanted to do on this stream. I'm glad I used that question mark instead of being like, yeah, I'm gonna finish this stream. I mean, I could go for 8 hours, but I'd have to take a break. No, I couldn't go for 8 hours. I would end up passing out and smashing my face in my mouth. But I could go over my usual 4. See how far along it goes. I'm not gonna get weathering done today. I can guarantee that. See, this is really thin too. This is thinner than I remember it being. I remember this being thicker. Maybe I just remember it being thicker on the palette. Dries weird. Rust effects on these nozzles. Not a big deal. One of the colors I just got from Pro Acryl that they just released was a red oxide. So that should do the trick. Seeing how much copper I got onto these nozzles when painting. I didn't realize I got that much on there. I'm really bad at doing my off-camera. I think I probably meant originally to do that in copper. I don't think that. It might break up the color a little bit, the monotony of it. It might break that up a little bit. I don't think. But that little ring there, I don't think. Copper doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. All right. Yeah. Good. I'm just trying to decide whether or not I want to. If I want to paint more definition in around these divots in the armor. Looking at it, I don't think it'll turn out the way I think. I think I'm ready to start. No, I'm not. I'm not ready to start. Well, in a sense, yes. In a sense, it'll be starting the weathering. It won't really be. Doing the actual armor drips or any of that. I'm gonna start working on some of the verdigris on the copper on these spike strips that are on top for whatever reason. After I finish cleaning them up, because I'm seeing how dirty they are with paint being in the wrong place, me being too stupid to notice that. But hey, kind of been par for the course today. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bust out my dry palette. Which for some reason is covered in flock. We're going to ignore that. Refresh my list over here. To reduce down again, that's fine. I need my green oxide. Where is my green oxide? Green oxide. Medium over there, my water over there. I have everything's just all over the place. block out of that hole. Drops of paint. Need medium. Medium is thicker than I want it to be. Strangely enough, especially whenever they call it a glaze and wash medium. It's a lot thicker than you would think. Big globs of medium. Then okay. Need one of my crappy synthetic brushes. Put it all up. That was way more than I meant to make. That is such a large amount of this stuff. I either put in too much water or too much medium. Considering how thin it is, it was too much water. Yeah, definitely too much water. That is ultra thin. So it's gonna have it's gonna behave a little bit differently than I originally intended. But that might be a good thing. That is. Well, that is like that actually drips off the brush. Okay. Shit. I am at a loss at the moment. I'm trying to think. I could add more medium to that, picking it up a little bit. That is wet. That is really wet. I should probably add medium. That is not going to behave. It honestly would probably just be smarter to make a whole new. Just do a whole nother. Go to one of the other cups and do it over there. But hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm still doing it. That thickened it up a little bit. Not much. There's a lot of pigment in these paints. You cannot tell that this does not look any different than it did a minute ago. It's a little thicker. That is probably still thinner than I want it to be, but it's a little bit. Wow, that color looks turquoise on screen, doesn't it? That is not the color that I've got in front of me. That looks turquoise on screen. That's not how it looks in. Most of these colors, for whatever reason, have just decided to do whatever they want to do. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I would stop doing that. Okay. Yeah. Locks it up. Strip down. Strip straight. All the edge. That's how it would flow. All right. We've started some quick and dirty weathering. Up there. Up here. Tracks all their dues. I feel like anywhere where the metal is damaged would likely some more oxidation. This one. Not gonna have it float. This one. Come on. Okay. Like that. Does that come up? No, it doesn't, because I would love to ask y'all's opinion. Can't see it because it's on top of metallics. Metallics are just too reflective. I'm gonna have to be very careful whenever I go in to take actual photos. Make sure that my light is set up in such a way as to not blow out the image. Water would you like to settle off it? Not necessarily. This one being okay. Now, so actually working out pretty. Working out Horizon, but I think that's only because, in theory, basically everything on here pretty oxidized, given the nature, theoretical age of all of this, because these are still first these. Can you? You can kind of see the verdigris that I'm doing. It's not coming through as well as I would like for it to. And again, the camera's kind of blurry. Okay. There's my drill. With it. Correct it, I will. Okay. Oh. You control better. Take my time more. Stop rushing. The more I rush, the worse it looks. Okay. Getting this in places I don't want to get it. I have to go back and pick it up. I don't know why I'm getting so ahead of myself. For whatever reason, my brain is just like, go, go, go. No, we need to take our time with this. I need this piece to look good. I need to be contest worthy instead of rush job. Those. Oh, with it. Do we do the cannons now? Let's do the cannons. Stir this up. Don't want it to start something. Gotta make sure. Alright, put it there. Yeah. Back. bottom out. Water likes to flow along edges. Follow. I'll have it this one. Okay. Alright. Right. Good. Iron. On the bug. The bug. Pocket of it. Trying to do this in logical places. Challenge. Could just do it all over. That would look good. Huh. Not have enough. And now when it tries, looking like the base tank. But then in other places it doesn't. Maybe it's just right there because of the way that I did that. Oh, just right. Do it. To them. Amazon trying to get me to buy things. I'll leave that alone for the moment. What's going on over here? Oh, it's telling me a bunch of people I follow are going. That's what. I appreciate you telling me, but I don't need to know every single one of them. Because I too am lost. Nothing I can do about that, and you should know that. Should I do it on the wheel? Bills. Ooh. Feel like this. Not 100% sure on that. Can't really ask you. Don't drop it. I can't really ask you. Since I'm doing it on all this metal, it's too reflective with my current setup. Yeah. All right. Now, the plow. Oh. Oh, I gotta stretch a little bit. Oh, okay. Fresh. Lost a few more. Apparently we lost Pope a little while back. Pope's off playing Elden Ring. That's cool, I guess. Alright. I was gonna... Because I'm gonna want to do things... Oh, I need to clean this. This brush has started to degrade because of what we're doing. This paint is way too thin. Like I thinned it down so much. It's so thin. It's destroying my brush. Luckily, I can repair. Much better. Much better. Alright, let's get back to it. Made sure to hold the paint out exactly this way. I knew I was going to fuck something up that was going to end up hurting my brush. It's so thin down that not only does it run into the recess, it quenches the clay colors. Yeah, I thinned it down way too. It's basically just colored water. That's not But, you know, that... If I wanted to, I could probably roll the copper. Interesting, but it would also become too homogenous. It would just together. Oh, weathering, but at the same time, weathering. I really like how I keep sitting here thinking, it's like, I really should just go to another little pot and another one, get less spins. Rollable. I don't do it. Oh man. Oh, there's more. There's more. I thought I was done. There's more. Always more. The microphone's not even pointed at me. Pay attention to that. Try to get a spot where these meet. Some flare. Okay. That's just a hole. The rivet popped out of that one. Okay. Sorry, I may have mentioned this in a previous stream. I don't know how many of you were here for it. Me doing all of this, I am consistently not breathing because it makes my hands shake less. So I may make a lot of breathing noises here because I am just, when trying to do certain things, just not breathing. It's honestly a little embarrassing sometimes. But I just wanted to reassure anybody if it sounded like I was having trouble breathing. I'm not having trouble breathing. I'm just stopping. Because trying to do something my brain thinks is delicate. How's it go? That interesting. But feather it up. Oh, I didn't do these wheels. Did the other side, I didn't do this. So I'm all facing pretty much the same way, so it looks like it was sitting in one spot a long time. Rusted. All right, looks good. Some depth on side of the plow. Yeah, there's a cut on this side. That one leading down to down. Okay. I very nearly just spilled that paint on me, and that would have been a disaster. Hey, look at that. I missed some rivets. I don't want to put the verdigris on the rivets that I've got on the green paint. Because I just think that they would end up blending together and that would look horrible. Get the real effect to it. And a little bit of this to clean up that. There. Sorry, I'm not centered. Sorry. Okay. Now, I go with orange or a red. Got two. Got an orange oxide and a red oxide. I don't know which would look better. I think the orange oxide would probably look better. But you know what? At the same time, maybe I just go with more with this. You know what? I'll mix these. I'm gonna use some of my Vallejo special effects. Those are gonna give me a more unique look. I'm gonna use the regular corrosion and then the what is this called? Galvanic corrosion and rust. I'm gonna mix those two. I feel like those names should be reversed because rust is not that brown, but if you're going older, it would be browner. I don't know. It's a complicated mess. Mix this one up now. Yeah, if I mix these two, I think I'll get a more unique look. Okay. Do our best. Not put my hand in the green oxide paint I've got mixed up there. I know me, and I will probably end up putting my hand in the green oxide paint. I'm going to want more of the brown red. Right. And thin them down a little, just a couple of drops of water instead of so many like I did on the other paint. Get my old synthetic brush. Mix those together. Well, it's brightened up the brown. That's for sure. Definitely brightened up. Ooh. Weird pull away. Okay. This is going to be interesting. It's like the edge of the fluid is like a bright orange. But then primarily brown everywhere else. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Let's see how this works. Wonder, I don't know how I accomplished that. These should be mixing together, but they might not be. Alright. Let's start on the cloud this time. Got these. Okay. Kind of into it. Huh. That look on. See it at all? You can see it a little. Can't see it very much. Should also have it coming down. Sorry, my eye is really bugging me. I don't know what's going on. For whatever reason, I feel like I got something in my eye that just won't get out. Making it a little tough to see. Okay. Now, real quick, I'm gonna mix up a red oxide. Because I think that would look better coming out of the little flesh holes than the brown corrosion would. And so yeah, that's really all on it. I think that would look better coming out of those than the brown, because the brown doesn't really show. It shows good coming out of the, like, bullet holes and bleeding down, but I don't think it's gonna look too good coming out of the flesh holes, because it kind of gets lost in the pink, which this red might get a little lost in the pink, or it might get accentuated. We'll see. I'm really hoping for accentuated. Well, I've never used this paint before, and I'm going to do the same thing. Well, I say the same thing. I'm going to do the same idea that I did with the green oxide. But this time, I'm going to use a lot less water. A lot less water. I'm going to use a little bit. So I've got like a few drops of paint there. Ugh. A few drops of medium. That's too much, but we're gonna live with it. And then a couple of drops of water to thin it all out. Give it a little bit more of that flow. Get our shitty brush and mix it all up. Oh, I like that consistency a lot better. If I can get the medium to break up more. Get the medium to break up more. Yeah, that's got a lot better consistency to work with than what the verdigris did. Okay. I can work with that a lot better. But like I said, that's only going to be used for like the flesh holes. Have more of an old blood coming down rather than, I don't know what that's supposed to be. I like the brown. I don't know what it's supposed to be though. That's that from there. A little bit more inside this larger bit, pouring down. It would. There. y'all see that? Not really. I need to get a better focus. I need to work more on my focus before next stream. Try to get my lighting situation a little bit better figured out. Try to get the focus figured out a little bit more, so that y'all can see more what I'm doing. Because it's just not the way I want it to for you guys. You can't really tell what. You can see the big picture, but you can't see the fine detail. Fine detail that I want you to see. Just can't show you that. I feel bad for not being. You brown weird wrinkles. I don't know what those weird wrinkles are. They're there. I think that'll look kind of cool. Visual storytelling. Oh, I really don't like how much my hand is cramping up doing this. Okay, those are good. Let's get these up here. Looking at this, okay. Trips might go a little more this way. Because of the slope of the the actual slope of the armory. I think these grips would actually go this direction and straight down. That might confuse people when they go to judge it, but that's what I think would happen. More likely to go in the most straight down path, more diagonal with where they're located. Okay. Nope, not listening to this song. Not doing it. Need to remove it. Some of these are loud. Some of these are so loud. Whoop! That got in the wrong spot. Did I get that? Yep, got a little bit in the wrong place there too. Got too much on the brush that time around. Good. Be more delicate. Much more delicate. Okay. Also the so happening as well. Usually doesn't The way it was acting earlier, it didn't stick to the sides of the cup. Now it is sticking to the sides of the cup. A little harder to work with. Okay. A little bit more water to it. Directly from the paint cup, the wash cup. That's not awful. That's thinned it down. It's thin. Song isn't very good either. Okay. Alright, so we got the bloodstain looking stuff going down. Get some more of the brown on the wow. How are you behaving? You're still pretty thin? This has a pretty good work time. Yeah, this stuff has a pretty good work time. Little that, little creases. Okay. Good with the plow for the moment. I'm really trying to figure out how to do the majority of this tank. Because, like I said, it has all of these raised areas and like folds in the metal that don't necessarily make a lot of sense. But I guess I could just kind of fill it in with this. I don't know. I need to thin it down more. Got that. Want to thin it to almost transparent. So that. This is another one of those confusing ones. I think it right there, but it wouldn't go straight. Go more to diagonal. Crease there. Fill that in. Crease. Oh, I'm so lost right now. There. Plug. That worked out really well. guess I could bust out the noosh. Working that way. I don't think it will work out very well. But I could try. Say mostly worked out. I say as I up horribly. Oh, I need to get there. I think I need to mix up some of the orange oxide to do in there. Maybe not, but it might enough. Off the tip. Okay, that was not the intention. Shit. Oh well. Okay, that's fine. Fine. We'll work with that. Not crazy about it, but I'll work with it. Just this is there. Let's get a sponge. Where's sponge? Let's see if this works. Yep. About how I thought it. Okay. Not ideal. But it was. Yeah, basically that's kind of what I'm running into now. And I'm wondering if I should mix up a batch of a noosh that's made more for rubbing things off with a sponge. But this is working out pretty decently. What that is, that's in Discord. I don't know why Discord is trying to tell me things right now. Get them pretty wet. Fun. Bit. Not the intention. Not the intention at all. That'll have to do. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna mix up a little bit. Remember where the fuck I put it. Okay. I have not ever properly used noosh. I used it once, but I used it once whenever the paint was still a little too fresh and rubbed it down to plastic. But this is supposed to act It's supposed to act like an oil wash, but without all of the headache of using oils and mineral spirits and all that. You're supposed to be able to just mix your paint with the medium, put it on, and it's supposed to rub away like you would with an oil wash. Is it going to do that? I don't know. But we're going to try, because what harm is there in trying? I can go back and redo this model over again if I need to. I don't want to. I'm going to try it in a very small space. Actually, it'd probably be best to just try it on the bottom of the model. Which I think is what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to try it on the bottom of the model. Because that is going to require the least amount of redo. This is thick. This is real thick. Acrylic? This is real thick. Am I supposed to mix this with water? Am I supposed to mix it with water? Water-based acrylic for non-toxic. Mix with any of our Pro colors. Apply over. Yeah, it doesn't say it needs any water. But this is thick. This is real thick. Oh, okay. Well, give it a shot. I'm gonna try it in this little area up here. Oh, apparently I need to take a drink. My can is yelling at me. That's actually really useful. Rather than enough, because I'm getting so distracted here. All right, let's. Oh God, I'm nervous about this. We're just gonna apply this on the model. Applying thinner than I thought it was. There we go. There's the thickness. All right. So applied noosh mixture. You know what? No. That does not work as advertised. Yes, it's leaving some ick in the recesses, but it's also coloring the entire area. That's not wiping away. Put a little water in the sponge. A little water in the sponge, and that kind of worked. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm actually gonna go through and I'm gonna correct that fuck up from earlier, because that doesn't look very good at all. I'm gonna have to use a proper wash on that instead of these mixtures that I'm trying out. At least on the metal bits. Maybe not necessarily on like where I'm trying to put some of the grime that's gonna bleed down. Like not in those spots, but like here in the in this little targeting area, or this wheel that's supposed to control how far this goes. This got too nasty. I have to go back and fix that. It looks too bad. I am gonna have to use a wash. I don't want to use a wash. don't like the idea of having to use a wash just because of my own incompetence. I could go in and theoretically use a different color palette and control all of that myself. But then again, the idea is kind of to make it look dirty. Maintain the color, but look dirty. So a brown wash is probably a better way to go. Just me thinking. I could be wrong. I have a tendency of being wrong. What I do know is that leave it. You need pulls away from the planes and sinks into the recesses. May leave a little bit of pigment behind, but it's just down. That's not how this is. You know what? I could in theory use my orange corrosion to work on that. That is an option. I don't know if it's the right option, but it's an option. Ooh, gotta watch that again. Okay. Gotta watch. For whatever reason, some of that metallic got stuck in the bristles. Was that better? That's a lot. Okay. Flying away from me. Alright. Get some more of these bullet holes. It actually got him. Just a little bit right there. It's a little bit of sense. originally did copper that don't. Oh, didn't even realize it was that time yet. This round. Get on there. Probably. Yeah. You know, I still don't know how I'm feeling about this. About the weathering that I'm doing. But I keep going. That would get onto the slow down. Start dripping. Okay. I'm gonna keep working on this. But I need to eat real quick, so I'm gonna throw up the be right back screen. I'm gonna try to eat, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna keep working on this. So I'm just gonna be gone for a couple of minutes while I eat because you don't want to hear eating noises, and I can't paint while I'm eating. So I will be right back. See you in a little. Alright, I'm back. Theoretically, everything's still working. Appears to be. Alright, cool. Let's get back making this guy gross again. This. Okay. Got a good consistency on it? Nope. Need to add more water to it. It's not flowing the way it needs to anymore. That should be enough. Put there so your reach fix. Okay. It's flowing better. So. Work and a lot of things I don't think are going to see. No. Some of this I don't think. Almost feeling like I do need all. But that'll. Okay. Work on this side now. I've already started. I should probably be doing that with a wash. Not this mixture, but what I'm doing. We're just gonna suffer with the consequences. Okay. That's not awful. I'm gonna follow it. Cruise out, it's gonna follow this. Oh, no. It's gonna follow back. So many of these folds don't make sense. Like these bits where like parts is missing make sense. These other spots look organic. It just does not. And that's mostly up in here. It's like in these ridges. And I want to add definition, but I don't. This stuff is definitely not the way to go. It's too pigmented. But I don't know that a wash would look right. And I need to do the whole model. That would get weird. I want to do that. Not sure how to proceed. Give this what I feel like it needs. That was too much. Cool. I don't know that this one would. I don't know that this would make it all the way. What is it? Get with this one. Oh. I'm at a complete and utter loss of what I want to do there. Did not get that grime into those cracks like I meant to. I did it on the other side, I didn't do it on Let's alright, let's look into a brown wash. Then down a little bit. Wash. Brown wash. Well, I'm not crazy about this idea. Maybe I can utilize it well. A little bit of water. 2 drops. Let's wash that brush. I need to wash my my mixing brush because it still has some of the old mixture. Get that out. Actually, I think it had a lot of all the mixtures this time. That just changed color. Oh, I need to pay better attention to my brushes. Yeah, it's just a synthetic, but still. No. Water and brown wash in it. Ooh, that's real thin. Too heavy for what I'm about to do. Okay, so idea is to accentuate some of these creases here. So trying to accentuate without a lot of damage. Probably doing damage. A hard line that's forming there. Grapes. Maybe I'll better results there. Less of the wash. Spread the thinner. Rid of that harsh. Final. like too thin. It's not really doing anything, is it? No, it's really not. It's not really doing anything. Okay. Well. Oh. Maybe it's just too thin. Maybe that's what my issue is. I need to add more of the wash and less of the water. Added wash. Stir it up. I think whatever was in this, yep, that's coming out. Let's go ahead and take whatever that is out. Primer disc. Whenever I brushed on some white primer onto something. Weird. I don't know how I feel about a wash being able to peel up primer. Maybe I just got too rough. Okay, got more wash in it now, so it's more pigment. More pigment. Good. Go up. It's not coming off. I'm having to watch how I. When I mean like watch it, I mean if I accidentally put it on like a high point, not flowing off of the high point, like I want it. Seem to be in a defining area. About an 8 washed. Thank you for the follow, Riga Rose. Really appreciate that. I really need to get used to that thing making noise, because that scared the shit out of me. But I do appreciate you coming in and giving me a follow. This looks awful. I'm gonna keep doing that because I know if I push through it, it might actually end up looking good. But right now, to me, this looks awful. But I said that same thing the other day when we were working on that Conquest model. And I was working on the bone, and I was like, oh my god, I hate this. This is terrible. It's awful. It's gross. This isn't what I want it to look like. And then I ended up finishing it, and I was like, yeah, this looks great. So I know I need to just push through. But because I need these, I need this definition. If this definition isn't on here, this model doesn't look right. I mean, I could, in theory, go in and use the brighter yellow greens to highlight up instead of washing this down. But I don't think it gets as much dimension when you do that. Like, I'm definitely going to come through here and do some edge highlights later on. Okay, it's growing on me. I'm still not crazy on it, but it's growing on me. Yeah, I'm going to come through and do some edge highlighting later on. And theoretically, that will bring that much more dimension out. I said theoretically because I know my luck. So many of these weird crests. No reason. Nobody would ever do this. With actual... Don't know why they insist on having these in places it doesn't make sense to have. This is at least helping out. See more of the... Yeah, you can definitely see more of the shape on this side than you can on this side. But still, it's looking a lot better. It's starting to look more like a potential competition piece compared to everything else that I've submitted competition so far. But this is also one I feel like I've spent more time on. Like I did a Bellicor for the competition once. I spent quite a bit of time on that, and it still ended up like only taking 3rd place. But I think I can do pretty good with this. I think I got that right. Just say that. That's really fucking dark. Here's about how dark that got. Alright, well, we'll work with it. Gotta consider. There's that, not a fold, but that concavity right. That. Okay, update my list, and all right. On off, wicked off. And that's going to start to pitch later. About defining this curve. That's the word. The word is curve. Don't know, my brain couldn't figure out curve earlier. Got to concavity before I got to curve. Ridiculous. That curve defined. Not too much. This one. Good. All right. Back to doing the tread covers. Looks very wrong. I don't know what it is. Something looks wrong. Yeah, heavy. That's okay. All right. All right. Chill. Not worry so much. The more I worry, the more I'm gonna try to fix it. The more I try to fix it, the greater chance of me fucking it up. I'm sure y'all understand that sentiment. Always worried that the more work you put into it, the worse off you're gonna end up making it. I guess it's just because it's so prevalent. Like, oh yeah, this is going great, this is going great, this is going great. And then, like, fuck up one brush stroke, and suddenly it's like, oh, this is awful, this is terrible, what was I thinking? The others. Ooh. Almost started applying that to the wrong area. Could have been there. Primed up a bit. Necessarily the best. Definitely doing it. Doesn't seem to be a bad idea. I could get it to like it to go down. Doesn't. Never does. When you come through an edge highlight, you might as well go through and do these. Kind of like the mortar pistons don't move so much in there. They just got a little bit of dirt. Okay, that's brown wash down. Make everything. Didn't ever make everything pretty. Make everything ugly. Hey. Okay. Some definition. I need to go in and clean that up. All right. Man, I am exhausted. I'm gonna still see about pushing on a little bit further. I want to do those little bits. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do. I'm talking about these little curves under. I don't think I want to. Out of here. Okay. Trick there. What was I gonna do? Can't remember. I do need to clean this. Yeah, a little bit of cleanup that needs to happen there. That was so. Okay. Ooh. Got the new bottle. Orange oxide. That is UT orange. That is amazing. I don't need a whole lot of this, I just need it in a couple of places. Need it into some of the chains on and then I wanted to put a little bit on some of the spikes on on the plow. Drop some wrench. Hopefully proper amount of wash medium. I believe, if I remember the that was not the wash medium. Great. We're gonna see how that works out. That was the noosh medium, not the wash medium. Theoretically, it'll work in a similar way. I don't know. It is definitely thinned down. I can feel that the work time has gone up on it a little bit. It's very thin and flowy. Hopefully I don't stop. I've been doing that. I've been doing that a lot today. I don't know why. I've been doing that a lot today. Oh, yeah, I should get it underneath the spikes there. Should get some rust in there. But right now, I'm gonna get some on these chainmail. On these chains. Because it does not make sense for these to not be rusty. That's a balanced amount. I don't think it would get on the pistons or on the underside of the cannon there, because as it's used, it's getting oiled, and I just don't think that. Okay. Keep looking over at chat. Thinking that, what? Why is Do Not Disturb mode going on at 7:30? Okay, cool. That doesn't make any sense, iPad, but sure. Yeah, I keep looking down at chat, trying to see if anybody's saying anything. I'm really surprised that y'all are so quiet today. There's usually a lot more conversation going on by this point in the stream. Well, I say by this point in the stream, we're usually not still streaming. I've been here for 5 hours. And yeah, I took a couple little breaks, but I usually only stream for 4 hours. I decided to go a little bit longer today to try to get some more of this finished. I'm sure y'all understand. Couple there, get a little there. Some on top of this. Do any of these spikes have any divots cut into them? No. Already got that. Let's put a little bit on spewer here. Now, the noosh may be meant to wash, to wipe away, but it's working out just fine as an actual thinning meat, rather than something that's meant to be wiped away. I am liking it. Alright, thank you for the follow, Swordsman321. Really appreciate that. Gets me ever closer to where I'm wanting to be. So thank you very much for that. Brain? There we go. Do that. A little bit on there. Looks like I'm one away from the current goal. Yep. Just as I say that, so does rain. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to follow. It's absolutely a godsend sometimes. Okay. Oh, that flowed more than I thought it was going to. Is that just a thing? Did I make this too thin? That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's going to give a more natural look if I do that. So let's put some up in there. A more natural look to the rust and corrosion. All right, I want to put a little bit on these spikes. Yes, exactly. It wants to make some natural lines for me. I'm gonna let it. You know, if I was really dedicated to this, I might even put some blood effects on the front here. Okay, that's categorically false. All right, man. Categorically false. Magnus was warned over and over not to be doing the things that he was doing, and then whenever he breached, hey man, whenever he breached the Imperial Palace, that was definitely a wrong. I don't know that I can necessarily agree with that statement. I'd be more willing to give it a 50-50 split than I would say Big E is more at fault. Because while yes, he did hide the terrors of the warp from the Primarchs, Magnus did know what was going on. He did hunt in and have an idea of what was happening and the horrible things that could be unleashed. And he still did the wrong thing. Like, yeah, I understand wanting to get in and do things quickly to warn him. You didn't have to phrase it that way. Yes, you're right, but you didn't have to phrase it that way. Again, I'm gonna argue on that. I'm gonna say Erebus is more at fault than Lorgar. I think Lorgar would have done things a lot differently if he didn't have Erebus whispering in his ear the whole time. You may not agree with me on that, but that's how I see it. Is that Erebus is really the bad guy of the heresy. Lorgar was really just kind of a pawn. To some extent, yeah, that's true. He definitely would have been somebody's pawn at some point in time. So you're right in that. So it really just kind of makes him a patsy no matter what. Rather than necessarily someone who's truly at fault. I mean, yeah, I guess it was just that ever-present need to worship something that was Lorgar's fault. But really his big character flaw. I still don't see why they had to take the need of making Big E was also definitely Father of the Year for okay. Yeah. Okay. That was a poor decision. That was 100% a poor decision, a bad way of handling it. No doubt about that. But at the same time, Angron was already lost by that point. It didn't really matter what the Emperor did in that case. He was always going to end up hating him because, like, if you're not able to get the Butcher's Nails out, no matter what, Angron is going to end up turning traitor. Imperium of Mankind was a corporation. The Emperor didn't trust his own Primarchs with the knowledge of chaos to look after their own legion. Yeah. Undoubtedly so. I mean, you don't even have to compare it to a corporation. He just didn't trust them. I don't know if it was he didn't trust them or if he knew what chaos would do if they explored it too much. Like, Chaos always wanted to get their hands into the Primarchs, no matter what. So, keeping them ignorant may have helped to save, some of them. Others no. Some were always going to go down that path because they just couldn't help themselves. Magnus being the prime example there. I don't see a way that he ever gets by without falling to chaos in some manner. Just because he craved the knowledge too much. I think that's the way to phrase it. He just wanted too much to know. So, yeah. You end up with a hole in the webway in the Imperial Palace. Morty and the most beautiful snake to ever live might have avoided chaos had they known. No, I'll agree with you on Fulgrim. I don't know that I can agree with you on Mortarion, because it might have kept him from turning traitor, but I don't think it would have kept him from falling to chaos because of fucking Typhon pulling his shit. Typhon was already too far gone by the time they left Barbarous, and because Morty did kind of know about the whole. He kind of knew about chaos because of his quote unquote father, the one that raised him, or pseudo raised him, but I don't think there was a preventing him from becoming a demon. Just because, like I said, because Typhon really fucked him over. The squeeze bottle is an amazing idea. Yeah, it's what is it? It's one of those bottles that use in like the pancake art videos. Fulgrim didn't have to. Fulgrim would have been fun. If Fulgrim had known, I don't think he would have fallen, because he wouldn't have gotten so into the lair blade. Yeah, like I said, if the Emperor hadn't hidden everything from him, he may have had a better chance. I mean, he wasn't even the one that was supposed. That was supposed to be the Khan, anyways. They just got mixed up in the separation. Let's mix it up with this one. But yeah, Rose, it's just one of those little you can use little squeeze bottle that you could use for like olive oil or something like that. Like I said, the one that I got was specifically made for pancake mix to do pancake art with, and yeah, just use that, and you don't have to worry about making a huge mess. I assume the deal Big E made with Chaos was the gods wanted half the Primarchs he made, so he tried to avoid hang up by not telling him. That's possible. I think I got mine at I think I got mine at Target. Rose. I mean, the Emperor definitely tried to not pay. There was definitely a deal that we're never going to know that he tried to avoid paying his dues. I know there's the major kill theory that all the Primarchs are minor warp entities already before they were given material form. So, I mean, that could have also had something to do with it. Like, some of them were already destined to be corrupted regardless. So yeah, you could be right that they wanted what was theirs already, and the Emperor was just trying to protect his investment, I guess is the easiest way to put that. Trying not to lose out on what he invested so much time and effort into. I mean, if he didn't even sort of treated all of the Primarchs the same, I don't think it would have been as much of a problem. But not everybody got equal treatment. Okay. That's a thought. I mean, I wholeheartedly believe the Emperor knew some of them were destined to betray him, and it was just a matter of picking who it was going to be. And it just happened before he was prepared. I think he meant to be more prepared than he ended up actually being. Because the design of the Golden Throne doesn't make sense if he didn't think that was always going to be a thing. Like, it doesn't make sense for it to be designed to consume Psykers if he didn't already plan on that being the outcome. totally fucking up some of this. I don't think it was a preparation issue. I think he just didn't really care. Trying to let them betray him as long as he got to finish the real webway. Yeah, I can see that. I still think that it happened before he was ready for it because yeah, he wanted to have the webway done. I think he wanted the webway to be complete before the heresy happened. Like, I think that's more of what I meant. Like, he wanted to have that by like not being prepared was he wanted to have his the webway project done and then the heresy to occur. And potentially then you can hide humanity away in the webway and not, and be completely out of the sight of the chaos gods, and so they think, oh, we won, when in reality you just hid everybody away. That was more of my meaning behind not being prepared, because he wanted to have that done before whoever he put in charge as War Master betrayed him. He would also have to unexist the laughing god of the Eldar, but it's a minor feature. I never considered that. I don't know that you would have to. I don't know that the laughing god would have to be dealt with. Like, because the webway is so extensive, you could just ignore each other. And exist entirely independently and never run into each other. Because it's just so vast. He's supposedly the only being who knows books to... While that may be true, it still doesn't mean he's gonna actually engage with... It doesn't mean he would have engaged with the Emperor or the rest of humanity. Because I don't... And exactly, I don't think he is a threat to humanity. He's too caught up with Slaanesh right now. He's too caught up with dealing with Slaanesh to really need to worry about humanity at all. Like, in fact, he could, if he tried, he could use humanity as a tool to deal with Slaanesh. And then, once that's dealt with, then it would be a matter of, oh, are these monkeys worth keeping around? Because yeah, as far as the Elder Gods go, it's make it so that Slaanesh is not a problem anymore, and then worry about everybody else. Because the Harlequins help everybody. Yeah. I mean, to a certain extent, I don't know that that's necessarily possible. Because I'm also enjoying the theory of Vashdor being the Omnissiah. So like you're running into a problem of more chaos entities becoming problems. I mean, it makes sense. Well, yeah, that's one way of thinking about it, but at the same time, like with Vashdor being what he is, it kind of just makes sense that since he's trying to join the great game, him being the Omnissiah just kind of makes the most sense of everything, because I don't remember the name of the Man of Iron that was recently mentioned as having met the Omnissiah, but like there is that instance where Vashdor goes and gets the information for the key in Arcs of Omen. So like as far as the dark mechanicum is concerned, Vashdor probably is the Omnissiah for whenever we eventually get them. That'll also probably be about the time that we see a Perturabo model, which I would be super excited about, because that would be just the coolest model, in my opinion. Yeah, because Vashdor's already been given credit, or been retconned credit, for some of Perturabo's inventions. They do. I intend to one day have painted every plastic Primarch model once it gets released. I haven't done many of them. I've only done the plastic Magnus. One day I intend on doing all the Primarch models, because they do print money. And with Heresy basically being ended now, you've got a situation where it's like, oh, well, we need to reintroduce these characters to the setting. Oh, thank you very much. I don't get a lot of feedback on stuff I've already painted, so I do appreciate you saying that. I'm personally more of a Death Guard guy, obviously. I also like Undivided quite a bit, but that Magnus was just one that I couldn't pass up. Oh, whenever they announced Vashdor, I was obsessed. I love the idea of a tech demon. I was a little bummed out about the flesh on that one. I think I did a lot better with the skin on Mortarion than I did on Vashdor. And one day I may go back and redo my Vashdor. Well, not redo, but go in and fix up his skin. I really like how I did his armor. I really like the fire effects, how those came out on him, because I did not expect that to work out as well as it did. Are the Death Guard your main army? Okay, that's a very, very complicated question. I have a large collection of a lot of things. My personal preference is Chaos, because, and I can't explain to you why, but the motivations of Chaos make more sense to me than the motivations of the Empire. But I have a substantial amount of Death Guard. The thing I have the most of is going to be Undivided, though. That's what I'm going to have painted the most of. And then I also have just a shit ton of Space Marines, most of which are bad. I have my Sons of the Phoenix, which are they're awful. I need to... those are probably going to actually end up getting stripped in favor of doing my own custom chapter. Because that's the plan, is I'm actually going to be doing my own custom chapter for the stream. That's going to be themed off of my avatar down there in the corner. So, I'm working on the chapter emblem right now. I don't know how long it's going to be before I find what I like for that. So, yeah. I think most people wind up with a ton of generic Space Marine models. Yeah! I kind of stumbled into a Leviathan box. Because I wasn't planning on getting Leviathan. And then it was available at a GW store nearby because they got too many copies, and I broke down and I ended up buying that. I haven't worked on a single model in it. The only thing I wanted in that box was the Lieutenant that has the Tyrannid plates on his shoulder. That was really the only model I wanted out of it. Your dude looks very Necromunda. You could maybe kit bash. Ooh. You are correct, sir. As far as points go, I think I've got about 2,000 of Death Guard. I've got about 3,000 of Black Legion. And this is painted, mind you. Yeah. As far as orcs go, I've got about 1,500 painted with another. I've got a Beast Naga Boys that is still on sprue. And then I've got a smattering of Space Marines. I've got 2 different Space Marine Legion or chapters that I've done. I've done Sons of the Phoenix. That was the first ones I did. I ended up not liking them because it's so much white and it's just boring. And then the chapter I'm about to finish up because I've only got like 5 models left to work on it. I've got Necropolis Hawks that I've got about 1,500 points of, and I'm about to end that. Now, as far as my Sons of the Phoenix go, I have 2,100 points of that, but most of it's in HQs, not actual units. It's mostly all characters and shit. And I'm probably going to end up stripping those and then painting them in my custom chapter. But yeah, my custom chapter is going to end up being like a dark gray and orange as the primary colors. And the chapter emblem, I'm really working on finding something because I want to do a 3D print for my chapter emblem. But I haven't found anything that I like that I can just purchase the STLs for, and I don't really want to commission anybody because it's gonna be more than I can afford. I mean, that's fair. Thousand Suns have some really good lore. So do World Eaters. I mean, as far as lore goes, I can't get enough of the kind of stuff that like I said, I have a huge preference for Chaos. Like I honestly enjoyed the what were they? The Talon of Horus and Black Legion books. I really like the way that Abaddon was portrayed in those, because you usually don't see him portrayed in a decent light, and he was very well portrayed in those, in my opinion. Workbooks are some of the best, and I haven't read. Same, man. I've heard nothing but great things about those books, but yeah, I haven't picked up a single one yet. I was actually the next thing I'm probably going to end up starting is, what's it called? The End of the Death Volume 1 is probably the next thing I'm going to read. I say read. I have it on audiobook, so I'm going to listen to it. But that's most likely the next thing that I'm going to be investing. Well, I say investing time in because I've already got the book. So yeah. See, that's another one. I was wanting to get Gene Father. That was one that I really wanted to get as well to listen to, because I've gone through 2 of the Fabius Bile trilogy, and I really like him as a character. Yeah, I like Fabius Bile as a character. It's got Call in there. They're supposed to meet up supposedly. I can't confirm this, but supposedly Call gives Bile the ability to make Primaris Chaos Marines. Oh, wow. I haven't gotten through too many full series. I've mostly just listened to a few individual books, and I've listened to like the first 3 books of the Heresy. So I don't have a huge amount of direct knowledge from things like that, but yeah, I really need to do something to these treads. Okay. Why do you say that? I'm genuinely curious. Because I usually prefer to listen to books than to actually sit down and read them. Because I can do more than one thing at a time if I'm listening to it, but... there's like flashback, flash forwards, and scenes change. Okay, and yeah. If you've got those kind of instances, it would be definitely easier to read that than to listen, because you're not going to get as good a cue. Yeah. I mean, that aspect of the Saints honestly kind of bugs me, but... No, I understand. I completely get what you mean. Like if you're doing a lot of flashback and flash forwarding, then yeah, I can see that getting really weird to follow. That's good to know. I hadn't really considered doing the call books because as much as the idea of technological demons is interesting to me, the Mechanicus isn't. They're not that interesting to me. I can't explain to you why. I find them uninteresting. I think Trays and novels are good listen from what I've heard. The Infinite and the Divine was a fantastic book. That was one of the first Warhammer books that I listened to. Because I've only been in the hobby since like 2020. So I don't have a very extensive knowledge of everything. But I do pay attention to a lot of the lore YouTubers, and like I said, I've listened to a lot of the books. They're mostly recent. Same, I started with 10th edition last year. Really? I haven't heard of anybody that started with 10th edition. I started with 9th edition. Like, literally, I think like a couple of weeks before 9th edition launched. Because I got in on the bullshit made-to-order Indominus set that took nearly 6 months to actually get after it came out. Which I still haven't finished. I still have not finished my Indominus box because I just hate painting Necrons. It's looking really good, but I feel like there's something missing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. The first thing I got was the Chaos Space Marines start collecting. So back before you had combat patrols, you had your start collectings. I did the Chaos Marines start collecting box, which there are models in that you still can't get, and they're really good in the game. Played a lot of video games on War II, Necromunda, Vermintide, Darktide. I have not played any... Well, no, I can't say that. I can't say that I haven't played any of the games. I played Space Marine when it came out. Loved it. And then I've played Bolt Gun. And it's a lot of fun, too. Yeah, when I played Space Marine, I didn't know shit about what was happening. Really looking forward to the new one coming out. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out like what I need to be like. It doesn't feel done to me, but I'm also trying to figure out what to actually paint. Seeing some stuff down in here that could use this. I guess it's just really the treads. The treads just don't look right. But I think I know how to fix that. I started with 10th edition and really dive more into the depths of the lore. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like I said, whenever I started getting into the models in 2020, is whenever I kind of started getting into the lore. A lot of my friends that I've met through Rain are really big into Warhammer as well. I've read a ton of the books, so I had a lot. Yeah, it is. It's not too clean. I could dirty it up, yeah, but I don't really want to make it nasty. But it feels incomplete. It feels like there's just, you know what? I'm seeing something I need. It's really just a lot of the dimension changes, like this curve, need a little bit more done with, so they stand out a little. It needs to be a little bit of shadow. Yeah. Right. This curve needs a little bit so that it's so you can see that plane change. You can see that it has that extra dimension there. Oh. That's too much pigment. Oh, that's too much pigment. Like I said, I need to do the treads as well. There needs to be some work done to the treads. Paul is a great character, but I can see not being interested in the AdMech. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the AdMech is just a little... Every time I'm reading a book and an AdMech character comes in, it's like, why are you so boring? Like, I understand it's like, oh yeah, we want to be more machine-like. It's like, yeah, cool, but you can have a personality. Like, hell, the machine spirit for the vengeful spirit has some personality, and it's basically a lobotomized person in a tank. What do I want? What is my brain telling me I need? That's what I need. Yeah. No, I know that Call has personality. It really just become their personality is using others that provide value to their objectives and guard them as disposable no longer valuable. Yeah, because that's. But you can still be an interesting person, and that be your motivations. I honestly, as far as like the Tau go, I have not seen any personality or anything like that. Like, I like the models. I like the idea of Commander Farsight. But I haven't actually invested any time into getting to know the Tau. So I can't comment on that. Like I said, I like their models. Like, I've built Gundams and I've done stuff like that. Their models are cool. But I can also see why people would hate them. Where's my thing? Yeah, models are fan. Okay. Why the asterisks? I guess is the question I have to ask. Why put asterisks on that? Admit characters and the Warhammer Plus shorts are interesting. Yeah, but whenever you're talking about an almost nothing service that you have to pay as much as you would some other streaming services, no, I'm not going to invest in that. Like, that is something that you could have just as well put on YouTube and probably made just as much money on. But they decided to put them behind a paywall, and then they put their rules behind paywalls because they need to sell their $60 books that people are only buying for I'm sorry. There's a lot about the apps that really annoy me as far as GW is concerned. Because there's no reason for it. They don't need to do what they do. They make plenty of money, but they're so damn greedy that they have to make it harder for people to play their game. And I just think that's stupid. All right, I've got my dry brush palette over here that I'm trying to get ready so I can dry brush these treads. And I'm hoping I don't fuck up royally. I'm not great at dry brushing. I think that's decent. Oh, you've said so many things that I haven't looked at. I'm sorry. I would have bought the codexes I've purchased even if the rules were free. Okay, that's fair. I like the lore snippets and want that. Yeah, but I definitely understand why people would be miffed about the rules being free and then not. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Is it's like, hey, here's all the rules for everything, and you have all these cards, but as soon as we start making new models, we're gonna lock the rules behind a paywall, and you being able to use the app like you used to be able to build your armies, now that's gotten its codex release, no, sorry, you're not going to be able to access the rules on the app anymore. Like, the fuck? Unnecessary greed. And everyone knows what you're doing, and all you're doing is pushing people away from your game, because there's so many other great games coming out now, like one-page rules and Ravage Star and like all these things that are coming out as competition, that the rules are free and people want to play because it's like, hey, I can read up on the rules and the lore of your series without having to get trapped in this paywall. And like the rules for one-page rules, totally free. The army builder, totally free. Come on now. It's not that complicated. App is a fucking joke. I've been using newrecruit.eu for my builder. I'm not familiar with that one. The only one I know of is Battlescribe. I used that for the couple of games I played with a friend of mine on Tabletop Simulator. I used Battlescribe. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. My armies were god-awful every time I played him, and yeah. I would highly recommend checking it out. Like, I don't honestly play very much. I don't go into the stores because I haven't taken the time. Like, I've got the main rulebook. I've got some codexes. Because yeah, there's the lore snippets that are in there. But whenever I go down to my game store, it's mostly just to pick up more paint. It's usually to pick up more paint because I have an obsession with buying paint. But yeah, okay, that looks better. There's more dimension to them. Okay, it looks a lot better with that done. I should highlight those little squishy pieces on the plague spewers. Yeah, I went through and I have added to it since then. But I went up and I got out all of my paint and I counted them all up, and it was probably 6-7 months ago that I had almost 600 different paints. Not proud of that. Not proud of that by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. And like I said, I've added to it since then. So I might have crossed that 600 mark, and I've got more coming because I did a Kickstarter that has more. Yeah, see, that's not a lot of paint. That's not even one full range of paint. So, like no, I understand it's a lot to start because yeah, you've only been doing it, for less than a year now. That's how it started for me. I'm not gonna lie, it started for me as I bought what I need. I bought almost the entire Games Workshop line. I have bought the entire Pro Acryl line. I've got a third of the Too Thin Coats. I've got, honestly, probably a fifth of the Vallejo. I don't have much Vallejo, but I did get a big box of it. And I've started branching into Army Painter Fanatics since it's come out recently. So yeah, but whenever it comes to whenever Pro Acryl has a release, they'll release 12 paints at a time, and you can get them in a box set. I'll just buy the box set and add them all into my library. I do plan on getting the full range of the Fanatics. I would like to. It's gonna take forever. I know there's a kit you can get that has all of them in it. Also like $800. I don't know where you're from, so you may know a conversion there, but I'm in the US, it's $800 for the full line. There was no way in hell I was going to be paying that up front. Well, I would have if I was allowed to. Okay. You mentioned an EU site. That's the only reason I asked, because I somehow get a lot of European viewers that come in here. That is not how I wanted that to work out, but we're gonna roll with it. Maybe. I also have a weird time block that I actually stream in. No, I've gotten a few raids. I think Hawk was here for the first major raid that I got, and it was intense. It was a little mind blowing whenever that happened. But it was basically an entire European thing. He was ending for the night. It was almost midnight where they were. And he decided to raid me, but it was 6 o'clock here. And then the other day, there was another raid that came through from another European artist. And yeah. I'm Texas. I'm Central Time. Yeah, exactly. That's really what it ended up being, was... Yeah, no, I get you, man. Do I like what I just did? Yeah, I think I like what I just did. Okay. What else do I want to do? Oh, I know what I want to do. But I need a different paint on the palette for that. No, yeah, I understand, Hawk. Like I said, it was, I think it was AC was ending, and because it was late, and I just happened to be, sitting here with one viewer, and I think there was like 9 other people that were available at the time that were in the category. And I think I was the only one that was just sitting here with one viewer. And that one viewer is actually Rain, who's in here as my moderator. So, there's that. No, that was wild. I still can't believe that many people just hopped in all at once, and then so many follows hitting all at the same time. Luna Bacon is probably going to end her stream soon. She's on late. I don't know who that is. Honestly, man, I'm on late. I've usually ended 2 hours ago by now. I've just kept going. I have no idea how Rain isn't mad at me right now. But yeah, I usually only go for about 4 hours, but I decided to keep going tonight. Can't explain to you why. And, yeah. I think if I had ended when I usually do, Swordsman, you probably wouldn't have joined in. Because I would have already ended by then. Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to look at a lot of people on the weekends. I was messing around in a few chats yesterday and the day before. But I haven't gotten a chance to look at a lot of the, I usually end at, 6:30 my time, so 7:30 yours. And I happen to be on later than I usually am. I understand. It makes sense to find them in the art category. If the couple of times that I was doing this that I wasn't doing Warhammer models, I put myself in the art category. But then I look at some of the people now who are always in Warhammer regardless of what they're doing. As long as, if I'm painting, I'm probably going to be in the Warhammer category. Yeah, so that was probably like right after I had dinner. Like, because I took a small break, I had dinner, and then we got right back to it. So yeah, it may have just been happenstance that you were able to hop in with me. It'd be nice if there was a miniatures category. I've seen so many people that have been painting just weird things, and they're in Warhammer. Because they're kind of synonymous. As much as I hate to admit that. So, yeah, it would be nice to have a miniatures category that could just hang out in. I mean, I do intend on doing some game streams eventually, and I will be in the appropriate category whenever I choose to do that. I was honestly wanting to do Helldivers at one point, but now that Sony's being an asshole about it, that's not going to happen. Because I play basically everything on PC. I don't have like, while I have consoles, I don't really ever play on console. Except for Switch. Because Nintendo's even worse about how they do things. Could also be the tabletop game. Not sure if anyone actually does. No, people do stream that. Usually whenever, like, I don't of course look at it whenever I'm on, because I'm here streaming and talking with you guys. But usually whenever I hop off at the end of the day, or like an hour or so before I hop on, I'll see somebody playing the tabletop game. I don't know how to respond to that statement, Hawks. That's definitely a unique thing. I mean, like, I have one as well. It's in a box in a closet. Yeah, I have seen people streaming the tabletop and video games in the category. So see, that's what I got my my Xbox One S for, because it'll play 4K. That was literally the only reason I got an Xbox One, was so that I could play 4K DVDs. Or 4K Blu-rays, I should say. D6 Tabletop has a GT going right now. Oh. What was that? Oh, it's not as bright when it's dry. I do like that. Like that very much. So it's not as bright when it dries. You don't even see what I'm doing? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to put this in view of the camera. I do apologize. I might actually finish this on stream tonight. I don't know. A lot of if. A lot of if right now. But I might actually... I might just keep going until I'm done. Most of the content I've seen for the actual game, for actual war game, like battle reports and such, has been incredibly boring. Understandable. And I'm not sure if that's just because I haven't found one I like, or if it's hard to make engaging. It's hard to make engaging. It's genuinely hard to make that engaging, because of the nature of how things are done, because there's so much measuring and dice, and it's hard to get in and make dynamic camera movements with the nature of the game, because, well, you can't really predict what it's going to be, and the rigs that it takes to make the cool games, to make the games look cooler, are hella expensive. Because you're looking at like robot arms and stuff like that can get in and dive and all that kind of stuff. I think Mini Wargaming and Goobertown did a thing where they used a robot, and they made their battle report really cool. But it also cost a lot of money for them to be able to do it. That's why they only did it like one time. An active turn, that's very true. A lot of gamers like Horus Heresy and Age of Sigmar, because more interaction during the player's turn rather than just sitting and waiting to roll reactionary dice. Interesting. Sigmar. Or, yeah. I'm curious to see where Sigmar goes. No, I'm probably not going to dive into it, but I'm curious to see how it goes. Kill Team and Warcry are also much more interactive. Yeah, they are. More can happen in a skirmish game, yeah. Or happen more quickly. I I think 40k would benefit from alternate activation personally, but that's just me. I think the game would end up being a lot more balanced, and you wouldn't have situations where it's like, oh, whoever's player 1 ends up just dominating the field. Not sure how everything would shake out balance-wise, but they would certainly be more engaging. I think you would get a lot more balance out of alternate activation because it would require more strategy in your movements. But like I said, you wouldn't run into a situation where just because a player happened to go first, they were able to just run the table for an entire turn where you don't really get to do anything. Because you kind of have to sit there and take it. So yeah, it would put more emphasis on strategy, and because it's like, oh, well, I'm going to move these guys and I'm going to go after this thing. But it could leave you like wide open to whatever your opponent was going to do in the immediate follow-up. Like I said, I think it would naturally cause a balance rather than requiring an update and an FAQ every 6 months because someone at GW got petty that they got beaten by somebody like horribly, and so they went in and rewrote the rules, because that definitely feels like some of the stuff that they do now. Yeah, exactly. You understand. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like having a schedule is an improvement, but that doesn't really, like I said, that doesn't prevent you from running into situations of, again, someone being petty. Why did automod block that? I'm sorry, Swordsman, but automod got you. Here, let me just go ahead and allow that. From 3rd to 8th, there was maybe an annual update. It was always guaranteed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got distracted. Yeah, automod. I swear. It's like sex terms. It's like about that. It's not real. Oh God. Oh that. Oh we'll deal. We'll accept it and worry about it later. What we do without you keeping sensitive. No, it wasn't pee-pee. It was in the dick. It was in the dick that got you. Let's be clear about that. Only played 10, so scheduled 3 to 6 months. Challenges at the internet and player followship creates the issue of rebalancing. The top players build an optimized list and there's copy the cat and the popularity raises red flags. Again, there are other times where it just feels like someone who writes rules gets petty about a way that they get beat and decides to nerf somebody out of spite. Building an army with what you want or anti-meta. Not change your stuff. Yeah. Also that. Okay. Now I've got to really worry about not touching the wrong parts of it. You know, rub away some. I'm getting to a point where that can happen. Alright guys, I can't really comment much on rules. I don't follow that part of the hobby that much, so I'm just kind of sitting here reading what y'all are saying and just being like, yeah. Okay. This will be more difficult than I was I think that's what my problem is. Power creep takes shape with every edition beforehand. Always the newest codex, so the first ones released lag behind as GW balance updates. Show army win rates are closer than before. Yeah, I know the Votan when they were released were like stupidly overpowered. And had to get nerfed immediately, and then still were kind of overpowered. Is what I'm doing even coming through? Yeah, it's coming. Okay. Couldn't tell if what I was doing was even sort of translating to the screen. Or if it just looked like I was being weird over here, just barely tapping on the ball. As long as you're enjoying the game, that's what matters, man. That was the most I've concentrated on a single line before. Oh, we're back to this song? Nope, we're skipping. Skipping this song. Didn't realize we had made it that far around again. I was unaware of that with 10th edition. Fuck that up a little bit. Whew. Match. No, I think rules should be free. I think that's whenever it comes to playing the game, the rules should be free. Especially if you're going to charge me $60 for a single model. Or better yet, $150 for a single model. Like, yeah, rules should be free. No reason for that shit. I think it was Peachy Suggs, Rob, who were suggesting that lore could be its own codex collection. New books come out with more lore for new models. Yeah. That seems to be that honestly sounds like the only good use of a codex is lore. Like I said, rules should just be available. I think I'm done, boys. No, I'm not. I'm wrong. I'm lying. I didn't finish the guns. Keep forgetting about the guns. And I have whatever this line is right here that needs to get done. Then I'll likely be done. Codex maybe once and has an impact on the game. As they reprint most of the lore with every edition. Yeah, they do kind of redo that. Physical novels were in print more often. Yeah, I agree with that. The Barnes & Noble I go to has 6 books in stock. That is the entirety of the Warhammer that they have. 6 books. World Eaters, Orcs and T-Sun, same. I bought 4 books mostly. Astro Militarum, yeah. Yeah, my store is mostly Astra Militarum for reasons. Yeah, they don't print their novels for long enough. They sure as hell don't print the hardcovers for long enough. That's fine. That's the one missing. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to look down and actually read what y'all are saying. With his money in novels, existing Black Library, I think they'd reprint more. Yeah, you would think they would, but they won't. Heresy's 70 novels? Probably. Pre-ordered the Age of Sigmar book that summarizes the past 3 editions. Didn't know that book existed? What's the name of it? Yeah. Oh no, more than that if you include the short novels. Yeah, what book is that? Because summarizing that lore is definitely something I'd be interested in. War of the Mortal Realms? Okay. Let's see if I can find that. I'm gonna probably end up. Well, it's a much saga of the Mortal Realms in a single volume, from the battles Chaos and Soul Wars against the hordes of Nagash to the chosen warriors Sigmar fighting in the era of the Beast. Gates of Azir. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm fucking up. Oh. Can't get my finger in there. Okay. There we go. Ooh, that was almost horrible. Get it on the other side. This. And oh, not good angle. Boy, I fucked it up. Can't get a good angle. $2 on one, yeah. Sounds great. No, I'm not gonna under a whole bunch of things. Now, look around to see how much paint I've rubbed off. Not a horrible amount. Fingers are kind of silver. Oh! Oh, I almost dropped the model into the paint. Can y'all see that? Can't tell. Yeah, you can kind of see that that's still gray plastic down there. I'm gonna have to... Do I have black on the palette? That's not a big enough. Yeah, the heresy is a ton to commit to. That's definitely true. Yeah, I think you can read like the first 5 books and then the Solar War and get pretty much the whole thing. Granted, there's like 15 books in the Solar War. Ooh, that did. I thought it would. It's still not working out. All right, cool. Well, guys, I think I'm done with this model, so I'm gonna call the stream there. My channel is still too young for me to be allowed to raid, so I can't send y'all to somebody else, unfortunately. I have till, I want to say, the 23rd before I am allowed to raid anybody else. It's been a lot of fun talking with y'all. Somehow we went for over 6 hours today. Wasn't expecting that, but hey, it's really been a blast chatting with y'all. It was nice meeting you, swordsman. Rose, if you're still here, it was nice talking with you as well. Ghost, I always love it whenever you're in here, man. Yeah, I'm hoping that I do really good in this competition, but I haven't seen anybody else's entries yet, so I might be the first one to actually submit. But yeah, it's been a blast. Thank all of y'all for being here. I'll be back on Monday. Wait, no, today's Saturday? Yeah, I'll be back on Monday at 2:30 Central Time. I hope to see y'all all then again.